There are nights when you cannot sleep, not because of noise, but because the mind is too awake. Thoughts that refuse to rest, old memories that still whisper in the dark. But what if sleep isn't forgetting, but a doorway, one that leads you back to yourself? Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In the darkness, when the world grows silent, that is when you can finally hear the truest voice within. This video is not just a journey into sleep, it is a journey home. Through the rivers of impermanence, across the mirror of the ego, and into the ocean of stillness. There, you no longer need to search, to prove, or to become. You only need to breathe, release, and listen. 1 hour of Carl Jung's complete psychology to fall asleep will not lull you into forgetting. It will guide you back to your soul, to the peace that has never truly left. Close your eyes and let this night become the beginning of real serenity. You are lying in bed. The room grows dim with only a soft light spilling from a small lamp. Perhaps today you've tried your best to keep everything the same. A relationship, a job, a feeling, or simply the image you see in the mirror. But the world, no matter how tightly you hold on, keeps flowing like a river. And perhaps the greatest irony of being human is this: we fear losing the very things that nature never intended to last forever. Carl Gustav Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. There is no awakening without passing through the pain of loss." We only truly awaken when we accept that everything around us, including ourselves, is slowly melting, reshaping, and returning to another cycle. Imagine a stone atop a mountain, solid, stoic, seemingly eternal. Yet the wind still blows, the rain still falls, and the tiny grains of time silently grind it down over millennia. The river at a mountain's foot never holds the same form. It bends, shifts, and finds new paths with every rainy season. Even the star shining above, though radiant, carries within it nuclear fires that are slowly dying. It will fade, flare one last time, and then dissolve into stardust. So too, the things you believed would last forever, love, youth, dreams, or memories, are merely stars within the universe of your soul. They once burned bright. They once illuminated your path. And one day, they too will fade, making room for new stars to be born. The ancients said, "You can't step into the same river twice." And Jung, both a psychoanalyst and philosopher, would add, "What you resist persists." The more we cling, the more we fear change. The tighter those fears chain us. Perhaps you hold on to a love long withered only because you fear being alone. Perhaps you cling to an old version of yourself, afraid others won't love you if you change. But light, like life itself, is beautiful only when it's allowed to move, to burn, and to fade in its own time. Let me tell you a story. There was once a man who kept a single candle burning. Each time it neared its end, he added more wax, trimmed the wick, and refused to let it die. Years passed, and he forgot why he lit it in the first place. Light was meant to guide his way, not to exist forever in a locked room. One day, exhausted, he blew it out. And in that instant of darkness, he realized the light had never disappeared. It had merely returned to where it began. Jung once emphasized, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Change does not destroy you. It is quietly recreating you. more wisely than you imagine? Think of yourself. You are no longer who you were a year ago. Your cells have renewed. Your habits have shifted. Your emotions have deepened. Even your soul has been growing in its own quiet way. Yet we still measure ourselves by stability, when life itself was born to transform. Carl Jung believed that every true awakening begins when we dare to face disintegration without fear. Because awakening isn't about controlling change. It's about learning to flow with it. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. The greatest privilege of life is to become yourself. And to do that, you must be willing to shed every old skin, every self you once thought was unshakable. As you lie here, in the stillness of night, let your mind soften. You don't need to hold on to today, nor grasp tomorrow. Just take a deep breath and exhale, letting everything flow away. You are not losing anything. You are merely returning to the rhythm of the universe, the pulse of birth, being, decay, and renewal that nature hums in all living things. The stone doesn't mourn its shape as it erodes. The river does not regret the paths it once flowed through, and the dying star still leaves its light to travel for thousands of years, shining upon skies seen by those who never knew its name. And you, if you dare to release and let life change you, will also leave behind such a light, a gentle trace of wholeness and aliveness. Carl Jung never spoke of perfection. He spoke of acceptance. He understood that within each of us lives fear, control, and attachment. But when we release our illusions of permanence, we begin to see the true immortality of the soul, the part untouched by time, form, or loss. So, if tonight you feel as though you're losing something, know this: nothing is ever truly lost. Its form is merely changing, continuing to live in another way. Like the light of a candle, when it goes out, it doesn't vanish. It becomes warmth, smoke, and shadow, all still here, around you. Life does not need you to hold it still. Life only asks that you allow it to continue. And perhaps, in the moment you dare to let go, you will understand this truth. Everything is complete only when it is allowed to change. And then, once you realize that nothing truly lasts forever, something strange happens. Instead of fear, you feel relief. Because suddenly, you no longer have to fight against the flow of life. You begin to understand that even within dissolution, there is a hidden order quietly at work. Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos, there was a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." That is the moment when the mind stops struggling, stops trying to fix everything in place. Because in truth, it is change itself that gives life its rhythm and breath. If the previous part was an invitation to accept that everything changes, then this one is a gentle whisper in the dark. Maybe it's okay to let it change. Look around you. The work that once made you proud will one day become only a memory. The person you once loved will one morning become a fading face in your recollection. Even youth, the thing you once thought would stay, is flowing away, drop by drop, with every breath you take. And then you realize, life never stands still. It is like a river, always moving, always carrying away and bringing forth something new. If you try to hold the water in your hands, you'll grasp only a few drops. But if you let it flow, you'll hear the gentlest music of nature. The same is true within your inner world, your emotions, your beliefs, the roles you wear. they are changing too. There are versions of you that no longer fit. There are old dreams that must leave so that new ones can arrive. Carl Jung once wrote, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." This is the most beautiful paradox of growth. You only truly begin to change when you stop trying to. When you accept that life is always in a state of becoming, you no longer fear impermanence. You begin to move in harmony with it. Imagine yourself lying there, listening to the waves beating gently offshore. The wind rustles through the trees. Nothing is fixed. Everything is moving softly, rhythmically, and peacefully, like the breath of the universe. That is impermanence, not loss, but the heartbeat of life itself. People often think peace comes when everything stands still. But no, true peace is when you move with life, yet keep stillness within, like listening to your heartbeat amid the waves, like breathing evenly and smiling gently in the midst of change. Jung once reminded us, life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. He wasn't talking about age, he was talking about transformation. Human beings live in cycles. We try, we fail, we hurt, and then we learn to let go. At some point, we stop resisting. We begin to understand that everything, even what breaks, is part of the soul's evolution. When you understand this, you begin to see change with new eyes. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you begin to ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" And when your question changes, your energy changes too. What you once called destruction becomes motion. What you once saw as loss becomes space for something new to bloom. Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." That means there are changes you don't need to control or even fully understand. You only need to grow beyond them. When you grow, the problem naturally shrinks, like an old coat that no longer fits. And through that process, you begin to feel the peace that change brings. A strange peace, soft yet strong. Like the waves, never still, yet never gone. A wave is only water. Water is only the sea. And the sea is the rhythm of life flowing within you. So if today you feel like everything around you is changing too fast, don't be afraid. It isn't the world spinning wildly. It's you growing. You are being invited to release what has already served its purpose. Remember, impermanence is not the enemy. Impermanence is the teacher. It teaches us to love more deeply, to live more authentically, to be more grateful, because nothing lasts forever. Take a deep breath. Feel the air fill your lungs, and then exhale softly. That is the simplest expression of impermanence. Each breath passes, carrying away the old, bringing in the new. No two breaths are the same, and because of that, you are alive. Perhaps true peace is not found in keeping everything the same, but in allowing everything to change. Because only then can we feel the pulse of the universe within our own hearts. As Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And change is the path that leads you there, accepting every part of yourself, every phase, every version, and smiling at them all. So tonight, if you hear the wind outside your window or the distant sound of waves, know that they are whispering the same thing. It's okay to let it change, because when you allow everything to change, you do not lose life. You finally begin to live with it. And then, when you've learned to let the world change around you without fear, you will discover an even deeper layer of peace, the peace that comes with letting go. Because acceptance is only the beginning. Letting go is true freedom. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." When you don't let go, you resist. When you resist, you feed your fear. And in doing so, you unknowingly tighten your grip on the very things you wish to forget. Remember the feeling from before, the river still flowing, the wind still moving, the world changing without asking anyone's permission. Now, in this part, let that current carry you farther, toward the final shore of awareness, where every grasp is released and stillness becomes the highest form of trust. You are lying in bed. There is nothing left to control, nothing left to understand. Only you and your breath. One inhale, one exhale, the ancient rhythm of the universe. Carl Jung once wrote, "As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. But that light cannot burn forever. Like the sun, which shines each day but eventually descends below the horizon. Not because it dies, but because it needs to rest. So, like the lullaby of the night, allow yourself to rest. When night falls, the sun doesn't die, it simply goes to sleep. Letting go is not losing. Letting go is trusting that even when you do not hold on, life continues. You do not need to strain to keep the world upright. It has always known how to move on its own. Do you remember being a child before sleep would come? You didn't have to do anything. You simply loosened your hands, closed your eyes, and the world kept turning without your help. That is the purest instinct of letting go, a graceful surrender to the laws of nature. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." Perhaps that is why rest does not come easily to us, because when we let go, when we grow still, the soul begins to speak. And sometimes that silence frightens us. But know this, the fear of silence is simply your soul asking to be seen. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to fill it with noise, with work, social media, or tomorrow's plans. Let silence become your companion. In Jungian psychology, the shadow doesn't disappear when you fight it. It softens only when you invite it to sit beside you and say, "I see you." Try that tonight. When your thoughts begin to rush in, instead of pushing them away, whisper gently, "I see you," and breathe. Each breath is a small act of release. Carl Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Awakening is not about opening your eyes wide to see the world. It is when you can close your eyes and still see yourself within. That is the conscious sleep, the sleep of surrender. So tonight, you don't have to hold anything, just breathe. Don't hold on. Don't try to control your dreams. Don't force your mind to be still. Just let it drift, like wind gliding over a lake, like waves kissing the shore, like the night wrapping softly around you. In these quiet moments, you are practicing one of Jung's deepest teachings, integration, the union of light and shadow, of the conscious and the unconscious. Letting go is the bridge to integration. Because when you stop resisting any part of yourself, you become whole. Letting go is the act of one who has understood there is nothing left to fight for, nothing left to prove, nothing left to hold. There is only being, simple, complete, and enough. Carl Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." When you let go, you lose nothing. You integrate. You are saying to yourself, "I accept it all. The light and the dark, the voice and the silence, the action and the rest." And in that moment, you become whole. Imagine your inner sun setting. There is nothing sorrowful in this sight. The sky changes color, the light softens, and the world prepares to sleep. The sun does not die. It simply rests. It will return as you will in a new tomorrow. So when you close your eyes tonight, remember, everything continues, even when your eyes are closed. Life does not need you to stay awake for it to function. The universe does not need you to hold it together for it to turn. All it asks is that you trust and breathe. One inhale, you receive life. One exhale, you give it back to the universe. And between the two, there is a brief stillness. That stillness is freedom. Carl Jung once wrote, "The soul becomes more spiritual only when it has learned to let go of the world." Tonight, let your soul have that freedom. No need to understand, no need to strive, no need to hold anymore. Just let go and rest, because sometimes rest is not the end of awakening, it is where it truly begins. When you learn to let go and rest, you begin to understand a deeper truth. After we release everything, what remains is not emptiness, but the peace of not needing to leave a trace. As if, after the sun has set, the sky does not mourn, it simply turns quietly to violet. And there, within that silence, a small voice rises inside you. "If I disappear, will anyone remember me?" That is the quiet fear almost everyone carries. From childhood, we are taught to leave something behind, an achievement, a name, a legacy. We are taught that to be remembered is proof that we have lived a life of value. But perhaps it is precisely that longing which makes us lose the soul's freedom. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest tragedy of the family is the unlived lives of the parents." This isn't only about parents, it's about all who live out of fear of being forgotten. Those who spend their lives existing in the eyes of others, forgetting the light that burns within. Imagine a leaf falling upon a still pond. In the moment it touches the water, ripples form. Then the surface smooths again, reflecting the sky as if no leaf had ever fallen. Yet the leaf was there, and though no one remembers it, it has already changed the pond's motion. So it is with human beings. We long to leave a mark, as the leaf longs to imprint its shape on water. But the surface of water was never made to hold a form. And life itself was never meant to remember. It was meant to flow on. Jung once wrote in Memories, "Dreams, reflections. A man's life is a series of unconscious acts which reveal his soul more truly than his conscious intentions." It means the deepest part of you does not need to be carved into stone or preserved online. Your soul is etched into every small act of kindness, every honest glance, every loving breath you've ever given to the world. These things do not carry your name, but they carry you. And yet, the ego fears this. It wants to be seen, acknowledged, praised, remembered. It believes that if no one knows of its existence, it doesn't exist at all. Jung called this the illusion of permanence of the self, the illusion that the I must endure forever. We cling to names, to images, to recognition, believing it's the way to defeat time. But in truth, it's the way we chain ourselves to fear. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality. Ion, when you understand this, you realize you do not vanish when others forget you. Because you are never just a person, you are a fragment of the whole. You are the echo in someone's laughter, the warmth in the fading memory of a stranger, the ripple of kindness spreading from a small act you once made. We often think being remembered is part of love. But sometimes, the purest form of love is the kind that doesn't need to be remembered. Like the mother who once sang her child to sleep, a voice the child will never recall. Like the one who plants a tree in the forest, asking for no name to be carved beneath it. That anonymity, that quiet absence of claim, is grace itself. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." To become yourself does not mean to stand out in the world. It means to be true, even when unseen. That is when you touch true freedom, when you no longer need to be remembered to prove your worth. Think about this. Do you remember the face of the stranger who smiled at you yesterday? Perhaps not, but that smile warmed you for a moment, and in that moment, their soul lived on through you. They didn't need to be remembered, and yet they still exist within the energy of kindness. Maybe that is the most beautiful way to exist without leaving a trace. When Jung wrote in the Red Book, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become," he meant that the soul does not need to be enshrined. It only needs to become, to live fully in each moment, not to record it, but to feel it. Because when every moment is lived wholeheartedly, what need is there for eternity? Perhaps it is in anonymity that we find our truest self. For when there is no one left to impress, we stop performing. When there is no one left to witness, we stop fearing. And when there is no one left to remember, we finally begin to exist. Tonight, as you listen to the rhythm of your own breath, let this truth whisper softly within you. It's okay to be forgotten. Because when you no longer need to leave a mark, you become as light as a falling leaf, as free as the wind passing through the forest. Even without recognition, you are still part of the great painting of life, quietly, perfectly, eternally. And from this stillness, when you accept that being forgotten is not the end, you are ready to step into the next lesson. One nature has been teaching us all along. The river does not sign its name upon the sea, and the clouds leave no signature on the rain. When you begin to understand that you don't need to be remembered to exist, your mind becomes lighter, like wind brushing through the leaves, leaving no trace, yet moving the whole forest. And that is where the previous chapter has led you, from the fear of being forgotten to the freedom of anonymity. For while humans still fear not being remembered, nature has long mastered the art of namelessness. No river signs its name when it meets the sea. No cloud leaves a mark when it becomes rain. And yet, they are no less magnificent because of it. In the stillness of the night, imagine this: the river, with all its strength and patience, keeps flowing endlessly, not to be praised, but simply because that is its nature. When it merges with the ocean, it does not disappear, it only changes its name. So too, when you stop trying to leave a legacy, you do not vanish, you return to a larger version of yourself. Carl Jung once wrote, "The self is a circle whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere." We are like the river and the cloud, temporary expressions of a greater whole, the collective unconscious. When you stop asking, "Who will remember me?" you begin to ask a deeper question: what part of me continues to flow through others? Just as clouds leave no name upon the rain, they dissolve, blending into air, returning again in every drop that lands on rooftops, in every dew that gathers on leaves. You may no longer recognize the cloud, yet it is there, nourishing the forest. Perhaps you are the same. Maybe someone no longer remembers your name, but they are living because of something you once gave. A small word, a kind gesture, a moment of true listening. These ripple outward, passing through others, merging into the current of life, becoming something that no one can attribute to a single person. Carl Jung once wrote in Psychology and Alchemy, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. True light needs no name attached. Kindness needs no label of virtue. It only needs to be. That alone is enough. If nature can exist without recognition, why can't we? Perhaps because we have grown used to measuring our worth through the eyes of others. We forget that true value does not lie in titles. It lies in presence. Listen to the whisper carried by the wind. It's okay to be quiet. You are still enough. No one needs to know who you are for you to have an impact. Like the wind, invisible, yet it shapes mountains over time. Like the moon, shining every night, never asking who might be watching. Carl Jung once said, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop." It is a gentle reminder that you are not separate from the world. You are part of it, and it is part of you. So anonymity is not the loss of self. It is the expansion of it. When you stop confining yourself to a single name, you become immortal in another way. You become a part of everything. Think of a flower that blooms and withers. It never worries about who will remember its scent. It simply does what life asks. It blooms completely. And in that moment, it has fulfilled its purpose. Even if no one ever knew its name, you are the same. You don't need a monument to prove that you once existed. Your existence is already inscribed in everything you've touched, in a meal you cooked, a hug you gave, the breath you left lingering in the air. Carl Jung once wrote in The Undiscovered Self, "The individual is the make-weight that tips the scales toward the irrational." It means that every individual, however small, shifts the balance of all humanity. No fame is required. No titles are needed. Only authenticity. Each of your actions is a grain of sand in the boundless shore, and the sea would not be the same without any one of them. Notice this. Nature is most beautiful when it is silent. No breeze boasts that it is blowing. No star seeks praise to shine. And you too can be beautiful that way. in stillness, in anonymity, in the tranquil presence of simply being. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. And sometimes, who you truly are is not the one remembered, but the one at peace with not needing to be. The one who can love, exist, and feel whole without recognition. Tonight, if you look up and see clouds drifting across the sky, remember, no cloud ever keeps its old shape, and none laments that no one calls its name. Let your mind learn to drift the same way. Not bound by names, not afraid of being forgotten, not needing to be verified. Because, like the river meeting the sea, every dissolution is also a form of return. And when you accept that nature signs no name, you too begin to live like nature, free, humble, and forever flowing. When you understand that nature doesn't need to sign its name on what it creates, you begin to feel a deeper layer of freedom. The freedom of not needing to perform for anyone. The river doesn't need praise to keep flowing. The cloud doesn't need witnesses to become rain. And the light doesn't need to be named to shine everywhere. So too, you don't need an audience to be yourself. For existence does not need proof. It only needs to be lived fully. There is an old story of an aging musician who lived deep in the forest. Every evening, when the sunlight slanted through the pine trees, he would bring out his old instrument and sit beside the stream. No audience, no stage, only the wind, the water, and the soft hum of wood and string. Someone once asked him, "Who do you play for?" He smiled and whispered, "For no one, yet the music is still full." And within that answer lies a simple kind of enlightenment. When you no longer need anyone to listen, music becomes truly free. Carl Jung once said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." Sometimes, it is in solitude that we rediscover our most original self. When we are no longer reflected through the eyes of others, we stop trying to become, and in that stillness, we begin simply to be. Modern life traps us in a play with no intermission. We perform for our jobs, our families, social media, and even for the image we hold of ourselves. But as Jung once wrote, the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. The persona, the social mask, is necessary to function in the world. But if we forget to ever take it off, we lose sight of the face beneath. Perhaps true freedom doesn't lie in acting well, but in the ability to stop performing, to stop proving, to stop trying so hard to be enough. Because when you stop performing, you don't disappear, you return. Jung wrote in the Red Book, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." Indeed, for when the roles fall away, you face yourself entirely, both light and shadow, gentleness and weakness. And only by daring to face yourself do you begin to see who you truly are. Like that old musician in the forest, he needed no audience to affirm his music. His sound wasn't meant to be heard. It was meant to be released. So it is with you. You don't need to be seen to have value. Your worth lies in presence, not perception. When you live for the gaze of others, you borrow meaning. When you live for the truth within, you create it. That is the difference between being noticed and being real. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and you can only become that person when there's no one left to act for. when the noise fades and you're alone with your breath. When you no longer need to be heard, you finally hear yourself. When you no longer need to be seen, you finally exist. Picture that old musician again in the heart of the forest, his melody rising and blending with the wind, dissolving into the air. No one records it. No one applauds. Yet every note lives completely in that moment, and that is eternity. So when you feel small, unseen, or unrecognized, remember this: you don't need witnesses to have worth. The forest doesn't need an audience to stay green. The sea doesn't need applause to remain vast. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. Carl Jung. Awakening doesn't happen on stage. It happens in silence, not under the spotlight, but in the quiet dark where you meet yourself again. And that is the deepest gift of anonymity, the freedom from performance. We've grown used to living as if always being watched. But tonight, try the opposite. Imagine that no one is watching you, no audience, no judgment, no one waiting for you to be perfect. There is only you and your breath. Tonight, you don't have to prove anything. Just rest. You don't need to prove that you're good enough, strong enough, worthy enough. You always have been. You just forgot. So tonight, let your mind rest, like the river pausing in the sea, like the music dissolving into the wind, like you dissolving into silence, yet still full. The freedom of anonymity is not disappearance. It is the art of existing quietly. When you no longer need to be seen, you become part of something larger, a vast, living stillness where every soul is equal in its namelessness. And perhaps that is the foundation of the inner freedom Jung spoke of, a place where you no longer need to be someone. You only need to be. When you have journeyed through release, felt the freedom of anonymity, and discovered peace within emptiness, you arrive at a new chapter, the chapter of completion. A thing becomes whole only when it comes to an end. Just as a song finds its beauty in its final note, and the sunset glows most vividly when light is about to fade. Carl Jung once wrote, "Death is psychologically as important as birth and, like it, is an integral part of life." Death, or more broadly, every ending, is not life's opposite. It is part of an eternal rhythm we so often forget. To be born, to grow, and then to return. Without endings, there would be no rebirth. Without darkness, light could never define itself. Each day is like a piece of music, and the night is its final refrain. I'll watch how the day unfolds. Morning opens with purity, noon blazes with vigor, and afternoon softens into stillness. When night arrives, it's like a gentle hand closing a door, softly, yet with certainty. And in that moment, everything feels complete, not because it lasted longer, but because it knew when to stop. In music, without pauses, melody becomes noise. Without rest, rhythm loses its soul. Jung believed human life follows the same pattern, a rhythm of opposites, where each stage must come to rest before the next can bloom. In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. Carl Jung. Beneath the apparent chaos of endings, there's always a silent order rearranging everything. We fear endings only because we cannot yet see that order. When a relationship falls apart, when a job closes, when a dream ends halfway, we often feel we have lost. But if you look deeper, Every ending is also a homecoming, a return to yourself, to the inner space you once forgot. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. And perhaps you can only truly become yourself once you stop trying to prolong what no longer belongs. Like a flower that does not cling to its fallen petals, but gathers strength for the seed waiting to sprout. Endings don't come to take, they come to reveal. They reveal the truth that nothing is meant to be held forever, that some things are most beautiful only when viewed from afar, after they've passed. Look at a sunset. Its golden light is not as sharp as noon, nor as pure as dawn, but something softer, light mixed with longing and peace. It is beautiful precisely because it is fading. Humans are the same. Only when we face our limits do we learn to truly live. The afternoon of life is just as full of meaning as the morning. Only its meaning and purpose are different. Carl Jung. The afternoon of life is no less meaningful than its morning. It simply carries a different light. Youth teaches us to act. Evening teaches us to understand. When you know that all things have their time, you no longer fear endings. You begin to honor them. A good piece of music is not great because it lasts. It's great because it ends well. Life is the same. You cannot keep adding notes out of fear of silence, for silence gives sound its meaning. Life doesn't need to go on forever. It only needs to be lived fully, in its own rhythm. The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases. Carl Jung. There is no single formula for happiness and no single way to end. Each of us has our own rhythm. Some close with tears, others with laughter, and some with a quiet breath. But in truth, all endings are a return. Sometimes you just need to see things like a sunset, where the light fades not because it dies, but because it has fulfilled its purpose. And night is not the end of day, but the rest of light. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. Carl Jung. Light always returns, but to return, it must rest. And humans, too. Sometimes the greatest courage is not in continuing, but in stopping peacefully. Each day you live is a melody in motion. When night comes, let it end gently. No need for more words. No need to hold on. No need to analyze. Just listen as the final note fades into silence. Because in that moment, when the sound disappears, you can finally hear your true self. Each day is like a piece of music, and the night is its final refrain. And when you allow the night to do its work, you're practicing one of Jung's deepest truths. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. Endings may hurt, but within that pain lies the light of awakening. Like the last song before sleep, it asks nothing of you but surrender. For wholeness does not come from adding more. It comes from knowing when to stop. So tonight, let the music of this day close softly. Rest, for tomorrow, a new song will rise, born from this very silence. Khi ban ja hiu juok kai jep kwa hoi ket. Ban se therang suketuk, khong tron la dao sham het, malang getuat kwa buong tai. Kung hong het si, ki kep lai ban nahak kwa min, kong phai vi ho kani tuong. Ma vi ho biet rang im lang chin, la not nahat koi kong. Tu kon khach ai, ban bad jau ho kach song her mot ngoi biet chap nan chuki. Let it end gently. Every ending is also a beginning. Carl Jung tong noi. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. Kong go su tuk tin nau jen ma kong jikwa jau jon. Va joiki. Chin noi jau kua ke tuk. La loi moi goi ban buok sang. Mod giai joan moi. Tin yeo tan vo. Kong viek tai joy. Ban be roik sa. Tat ka kong paido hieu qua mat mat. Ma la chuki qua su song jang luan chuyen. Gyong hu mua thela hai tui triu rut jen huang cho cho mod boy sang khak. Niu trong fan truok. Ban jan tai juok. Vejep qua viech mod ngai troi qua va jem jen. De gio jai. Hain hin sao hon. Lam sao je song chung su ke tuch ma kong jau. Ma kong so. Ma van tron ven. Kau tra loi nam onge tuat chapnahan. What you resist persists. Carl Jung. Hongi ban chong lai se ton tai lao hon. Ki ban bau viu vau geogi jo. Mot moa quan he. Mot vitri. Mot hin an ban than. Ban jang cho no quien geo kien bain. Nang ki ban jon han su get tuch mot kach diu dang. Ban tro than ngoi chu jong qua kuok joy ming. Kong pai vi ban man me hon. Ma vi ban ja hieu kwiluat. Jung tin rang vutru van han theon gwen tak joy cook. Sang, toy, song, chet. But jao, get hoots. Chi ki hai cook nai hoa hop. Kon ngoi moi jat jen to an the. Vi vai. Song nuhung he si kwa su ke thuk la biet nahin the kai jep ngai trong khwan khak tan bien. Hai thun ho lai mot moi tin ja kwa. Luk no ke thuk. Ban ko te cam the tan vo. Nung ki thoi gyan throi ji. Ban han ra rang jiu tan vo jo jan de ben kach yo chin ming. Kach han biet giatri. Kak song chan dat hon. Niu moi ting ai kong ke thuk. Ban se mai kong truong than. Jung tung viet. The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Moi kwak gab go ju ko lido. Waki hai lin honcham vaun hao. Du chi trong mot kwan khak. Kahe ju bien joy. Nung hu moi fan ung hua hog. Mot ki huan tat. No fai lang shuong. Kong fai vi het giatri. Ma vi no gan lam shong hiem bu kwamin. Trong kong viek. Trong kwok song. Trong moi vai tro ma bantangyu. Kong vai. Ko luk ben fai roi ji kong fai vi dat bay. Mai vi ben jan trong tan. Hon vai tre jo. Nu mot nang he si so ki hoan than buk tran. Ho kong de ku mai ve len lop mau ja ko. Boy ki jo. Kai jep se bien mat. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Tro thang chin min kong chi la timra jiu ban yeu. Ma kon la biet ki nau nen dang. Dang je bao ton kai jep. Dang je kong lam ton thuong jiu tong kui gia. Vi kai jep dat su kong nam trong viet giu. Ma nam trong viek cho feb no roi ji jung luk. Let it end gently. Hai je moi tu ke tuts mot kach nen hang. Nu chiek la lia kan ki gyo ke kwa. Kong kwong lai, kong oan tan. No biet rang hiem vu kwa min jang song. Vasu roi shong chi la hang trin trove voi jatme. Kung hu vai. Kimo chuong joi kep lai. Ban kong thuk sumat ji. Ban chi jang trove voi ban the. Jung tung noi ve tien trin individuation. Qua trin kon goi hop nat katsman. Roi rach kwa tam hon chitro nen guyen ven. Je lam juots jeu jo. Moi fan trong ban jeu fai ko lus chet ji motlan. Je fan sao hon juok sinkra. The old must die before the new can be born. Va jo chin la ban chat kwa moi kethuk. Song hung he sikwa su kethuch ngia la bet kach buong voilang bieton. La mim quay ki kan qua Jung lai, kong vi ban vô kam, ma vi ban biet mot kan khach Jung mo. Kong fai moi ke thuk juk ko hao, nhang moi ke thuk juk ko inghia. Thamchi, inghia jo joy kichila, loin hak rangban van kon Jung song, va jok song la mot jak an. The afternoon of life must also have its own significance and cannot merely be a pitiful appendage to life's morning. Carl Jung. Gyai Joan Sao Kwa Kwok Joy Nhung Chong Kwoi. Hong Phai Phan Tan Ma La Nua Kon Lai Kwa Buk Tran. Vi Neo Hong Ko Chiao Ta. I se Biet Tran Trong Bin Hming. Neo Hong Ko Chiali. I se Hieu Sau Sagiatri Kwa Gap Go. Vainen. Jung Suki Jiugi Jo Jang Kep Lai. Jung Ko Niu Giu Nhung Kang Kwa Jan Jung. Lai Vao Jo. Hai Jung Yen Mo Chut. Hit Sao. Va Noi Loi Kamon. Kamon Vi Jio Jo Ja Tung Jen. Kamon Vi No Ja Gyup Ban Hin Dhai Chin Min Ro Hon. Va Roi Hai Jen No Raji. Nhen Hu Hoitho. Every ending is also a beginning. Jemne Kiban Kep Le Joy Mat. Hai Koi Jo Langi Le Kwamot Nghesi. Ben Kong Ngu Jekwen. Ma je trao cho ben than ko hoi bat jau lai. Kung hu mat troi moi ngai phai la. Jengai me ko de mok lai trong mot hin dang moi. Vida hai je moi thu ke thuk that diu dang. Kong ko gi kan voi. Kong ko gi kan niu. Chi kan tho. Let it end gently. Every ending is also a beginning. Hoi je kau noi yairu ban jem nai. Nhu mot ban hak koi kung. Lang let tan vao hong yan. Hung wang mai trong tam hon ngoing he. When you have learned to live like an artist of endings, to let things close gently, to release without fear, the final lesson is rest. Not rest because you are tired, but rest because you are complete, like a painter who, after the final brushstroke, does not add or erase, but simply sits in stillness, gazing at the work with a quiet smile, for he knows everything is enough. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. Ecclesiastes 3:1. When Carl Jung spoke of the natural cycles of the soul, he did not mean escaping darkness, but living through it, then allowing it to pass. Just as night does not come to extinguish the light, but to give it rest. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. Carl Jung, if you have walked through sorrow, loss, and the closing of chapters, if you have learned that endings are not enemies, then now let your mind sleep, because the rest is the final art of surrender. Imagine an old man. Each night before sleep, he turns off the lamp slowly, without fear. The light fades, yet his face remains calm. He knows darkness is not the absence of light, but the place where light rests to be reborn stronger. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. Carl Jung. He understands that for life's lamp to keep burning, it must sometimes go out, just as the heart needs the pause between beats, and breath needs the quiet between inhale and exhale. Without pauses, there can be no rhythm. Tonight, let everything end like a song. Sleep well. Your life is a composition. Each day, a short movement. Each act a note. Each memory, a melody. And when night arrives, let the song close on its own. Don't force another note. Just listen as the last sound fades into silence. Jung spoke of the rhythm of existence, saying that the soul functions like nature itself, with openings and closings. light, and shadow, if you can live within that rhythm, you will no longer fear any ending, not of a day, not of a relationship, not even of life itself. Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Carl Jung. Wholeness doesn't come from rejecting sadness or denying fatigue. It comes from embracing both light and darkness, knowing that each is part of the same journey. And only then can rest be complete. The old man turns off his lamp each night, not because he abandons the light, but because he trusts it. That trust gives him peace, the faith that everything will return, that tomorrow the sun will rise, the birds will sing, and his heart will still beat quietly within him. So too, when you close your eyes tonight, do not think you are leaving life behind. Think instead that you are giving it a chance to renew itself in peace. Because even sleep is a form of rebirth. Breathe in. Breathe out. Each breath is a small death and a new birth. You don't need to do anything. Just breathe. Tonight, you don't need to fix, to try, or to understand. You only need to rest. Jung once described individuation, the process of becoming whole, as a path not outward, but inward. And at the end of that path lies not victory, not achievement, but silence. At the end of the day, we must let go of who we think we are supposed to be and embrace who we are. Rest is when you stop trying to become someone, when you no longer need to prove, to explain, to fight, when you simply accept yourself exactly as you are. In that stillness, you realize nothing ever truly ends. What we call the end is only the pause between two pulses of life, like a song that must rest for the next note to rise, like the night that must darken before dawn. Look back once more. The beauty of endings taught us that endings are necessary. Living as the artist of endings taught us to release with gratitude. And now, the end as rest teaches us to accept completely, not through reason, but through breath. So tonight, as you lie down, let your body dissolve into the sheets, your mind loosen, your breath slow. Nothing to hold, nothing to chase, only the peace of presence. Good night. The voice fades like a breeze drifting through your thoughts. The music softens like moonlight dissolving into shadow. And in that silence, you hear the deepest truth Jung ever believed. The soul becomes infinite when it surrenders. The soul becomes infinite when it surrenders. Not because it has lost, but because it has become whole. Tonight, let your soul surrender, not to the world, but to stillness itself. And in that moment, you will understand. An ending is never disappearance. It is the universe's way of saying, good night. Why, when the night closes and you have learned how to rest in endings, something else quietly begins to emerge. Emptiness. It does not announce itself, nor arrive with noise. It simply lingers, like the universe taking a long, deep breath after letting go, after saying goodbye. There's often a space, a gap between what has ended and what has not yet begun. That space is where we often feel most lost, and yet it is also where the deepest healing takes place. In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. Carl Jung, from the chaos of loss, a silent order is forming, but you will only sense it when you dare to stay still within the emptiness. When you stop trying to fill it with sound, with work, or with memories of the past, it is like a winter garden, bare branches, frozen earth. And yet, beneath the snow, seeds sleep quietly, waiting for spring to wake them. There'll be nights when you feel something missing, a person, an opportunity, a warmth that once lived in your heart. You look around and find yourself alone, as if the whole world has moved on and left you standing there. But perhaps it is precisely in that moment that the light begins to find its way in. Maybe emptiness isn't the enemy. Carl Jung once wrote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. The new is never born through control. It arises through the freedom to play. And to play, you must first make space. Emptiness is not loss. It is the room where the new can be born. Think back to the last time you cleared out an old room, when it was full of clutter. There was no place for anything else. But once you began to remove things, once the empty space appeared, light began to enter, and suddenly the room felt larger, cleaner, softer. The human soul is much the same. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Carl Jung. Emptiness is the soul's invitation to return inward. When you stop searching outside, in applause, approval, or fading relationships, you begin to hear your own breath again. That is the first moment of awakening, not loud, not brilliant, just a quiet realization. I am still here. Jung believed that no one could truly evolve without a temporary dissolution of the ego. Just as the snake must shed its skin, or the seed must crack to sprout, we too must pass through that space in between, where the old self has fallen away and the new self has not yet arrived. There is no birth of consciousness without pain. Carl Jung. And that pain, if welcomed, becomes expansion. When you accept emptiness, you are no longer its victim. You become its witness. You begin to watch, to sense, to trust that rebirth is happening quietly beneath the surface. There is something strange and beautiful that happens when you sit in silence long enough. You begin to hear things you'd never noticed before. The wind outside the window, the heartbeat within you, the hum of life still flowing through everything. You realize that emptiness is not silent. It simply speaks in another language, the language of presence. At times, I feel like a ship that has been stripped of all its masts, drifting on the sea of the unconscious. Carl Jung. When all your anchors are gone, you think you are lost. But in truth, you're being carried home, toward the center of yourself, like a ship adrift in the night. Only when all surrounding lights are gone can you finally see the stars. Emptiness does not come to wound you. It comes to pause you, to make you stop, to breathe, to realize that not everything needs to be filled with meaning. Not every loneliness must be fixed. Sometimes, simply sitting beside it, as you would sit beside a quiet friend, is enough. Jung once said, "The greatest and most important problems in life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." Emptiness, too, cannot be solved. You can only grow beyond it. And when you do, you will see that the emptiness you feared was, all along, your gentlest teacher, So tonight, if you feel a hollow within, remember this: not every absence is a loss. Sometimes the universe removes the old simply to make room for something larger, something you cannot yet imagine. Like the winter garden awaiting spring, you too are resting in the season of your soul. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let your heart become empty for a while. Maybe emptiness isn't the enemy. It is simply the space where light enters. And within that light, you will realize nothing is ever truly lost. Everything is merely returning to the quiet from which it first came. Once you've learned to sit still within the emptiness, you begin to realize the next truth. Emptiness only becomes fertile when you learn how to forget. Because sometimes what hurts us isn't the wound itself, it's the memory of it. And only when you dare to let that memory dissolve can peace find a place to enter. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious will rule our lives until we bring it into awareness. But awareness does not mean clinging. Even understanding must sometimes be released, so it doesn't harden into the weight of memory. When you let go of what once hurt you, you are not betraying your past. You are freeing it. There are wounds that cannot heal by being remembered. You can replay the images again and again, the words, the faces, the moments that still tighten your chest. But the more you remember, the longer the pain survives. It's like a room that never brightens because you refuse to turn off an old light. No new light can enter while you keep holding on to what has already burned out. Breathe in, breathe out. Imagine inhaling and exhaling slowly. Each breath in brings new air. Each breath out releases what no longer serves you. Life breathes in the same way. It can only continue through letting go. In nature, nothing is kept forever. Leaves fall to enrich the soil. Waves retreat so the ocean can rest. Winter arrives so spring can be born again. And we, too, must learn to forget the seasons that have passed. So the soul has space to welcome new growth. Jung wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, the process of individuation means becoming an individual, and insofar as individuality embraces our innermost, last, and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self. Becoming yourself is not always about gaining more. Often, it is about shedding. It is forgetting the definitions others gave you. It is peeling off layers of expectation, judgment, and stories you once mistook for me. When these fade, what remains is your purest essence, who you were before the world gave you a name. Forgetting is not losing. Forgetting is releasing. Like a room that glows only after the lamp is turned off. You do not lose light. You make way for a gentler, truer one. And when you forget your pain, you are not erasing memory. You are simply choosing not to define yourself by it anymore. In that silence, something new can begin. The greatest and most important problems in life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown. Carl Jung. There are things reason cannot solve. You cannot analyze sorrow into clarity. You cannot unravel every thread of the past. The only way forward is to grow beyond it. And to grow, you must leave it behind, like a kite that must cut its string before it can soar. Think of memory as words written in sand. You don't need to erase them. The wind will. Your task is simply to stand still and watch. One day, you'll realize that forgetting does not make you weaker. It makes you more fluid, like a river flowing around stones, needing no victory, only movement. The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong. Carl Jung. The mind swings endlessly between meaning and meaninglessness, between what it grasps and what it cannot. But when you learn to forget, you stop needing to understand. You allow yourself to not know, to not solve, to not force. And in that surrender, peace appears, not because you found an answer, but because you no longer require one. Some wounds heal only when you stop trying. When you stop trying to get over it, you finally move through it. When you stop forcing yourself to remember, you start to live again. And in that very moment, life returns, soft, quiet, like a breeze through a curtain newly opened. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe with life. Let each breath remind you that you do not need to hold everything so tightly. Forgetting is not betrayal. It is returning things to the flow of nature. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for a memory is let it rest. Jung believed the unconscious is a place of renewal. Only when we release control can the buried things within rise and transform. Forgetting is the soul's way of pruning, clearing fallen leaves so the soil can nourish what's next. When your mind softens its grip on pain, new energy begins to move again. What you resist persists. Carl Jung. Whatever you fight would stay. But when you accept, when you breathe, when you allow memories to dissolve like rain into earth, they lose their power. They become foundation, quiet, rich, and fertile, where new life will grow. So tonight, if an old memory comes, let it arrive and let it go. Don't chase it. Don't cling to it. Just breathe with it. As you breathe with the rhythm of the universe, breathe in, breathe out. And one day, you'll notice what you once struggled to forget no longer matters, because something new has already begun to bloom in the space it left behind. When you have learned to forget in order to make space for the new, another deeper layer begins to open. Silence. Not the emptiness of longing, nor the wind of release, but a pure stillness where the mind ceases to move and the soul begins to breathe deeply. Jung once wrote, "The soul needs silence more than the body needs rest." Silence is not merely the absence of sound, it is the absence of striving. It is the moment when you no longer try to understand, no longer try to heal, no longer demand answers from the world. Because some nights don't need solutions. They only need silence. For in that silence, the universe whispers things that language can never reach. Silence is the oldest language of the soul. Before words existed, before humans learned to speak, everything in nature communicated through rhythm, through breath, through motion, through the beating of hearts. And when you sit still, resisting nothing, you begin to hear that rhythm again, the heartbeat of the cosmos. Silence is the heartbeat of the universe. Imagine this. You are lying in the middle of the night, and every sound around you begins to fade. No traffic, no voices, only the gentle touch of wind against the window. And in that moment, You realize silence is not frightening, it is not emptiness. It is the space where everything is resting. Breathe in, breathe out. As your breath merges with the silence, you become part of its rhythm. You are no longer the listener. You are an instrument in the great symphony of existence. Carl Jung once said, "In each of us, there is another whom we do not know. He speaks to us in dreams and tells us how differently he sees us from the way we see ourselves." In silence, that other, the deeper self within you, begins to speak, not in words, but in sensations, a warmth across your chest, a quiet tear, a small, effortless smile. These are signs that you are reconnecting with your soul, not through thought, but through presence. Modern life has made us forget the value of silence. We fear it, and we fill it with noise, conversations, music, notifications, endless chatter. But the more we fill it, the farther we drift from ourselves. Jung called this the noise of the ego, the part of us that keeps talking to prove it exists, while the soul simply waits for us to sit down and listen. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Carl Jung, silence is the doorway to the soul. But to pass through it, you must be brave enough not to speak, not to act, not to think. That is the hardest test. Because we've been taught that only doing brings meaning. Yet Jung believed the opposite. The deepest meaning is born in moments of stillness. Think of nature. The moon does not need to make a sound to shine. The sea does not need to shout to know it has waves. The tree does not need to speak to keep growing each morning. This universe moves in silence, a silence brimming with life. And so do you. When you stop trying to be memorable, lovable, worthy, you begin to truly live, not because someone sees you, not because you've proven yourself, but because your existence alone is already enough. It's okay to be quiet. You are still enough. That phrase feels like a soft hand on your shoulder, reminding you that you have nothing left to prove. Silence is not the absence of value. It is the full presence of the soul. When Jung described individuation, the integration of the conscious and the unconscious, he never portrayed it as a loud process. It was quiet, slow, meditative. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung, and to become who you truly are, you must be still enough to hear the voice within. No one else can lead you there. Silence is the only map you'll ever need. Tonight, as you lie down, don't try to understand anything more. Don't force meaning onto the day. Just be silent. Because perhaps what you've been searching for has been here all along. You just weren't quiet enough to hear it. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. Carl Jung. But pain does not last forever. When silence touches it, pain melts like morning mist in the light. No analysis, no labels, no resistance, only breath. Now, let your thoughts drift and sleep. The voice fades. The breath slows. The music dissolves like smoke into the night. And in that moment, you realize silence is not the end. It is the lullaby of the universe. Tonight, you don't need to know anything more. Just listen. Listen to your breath, to the heartbeat of the universe moving with you. And in that soundless space, you'll see everything is already at peace. The night grows deeper and silence begins to change its texture. What was once the quiet of the world outside now starts echoing within. You have watched rivers fade, leaves fall, and time erase its traces. But beneath that observation, something stirs. A question: if everything around you can vanish, then what about you? The one who remembers, who fears, who clings. What is that self made of? The world's impermanence has revealed a mirror, and now the reflection asks to be seen. Perhaps the next step is not to look outward at the passing of life, but inward, toward the one who keeps watching. The wind outside softens. The breath slows. The journey that began among rivers and stars now turns toward a quiet ocean within, where the boundaries between observer and observed begin to dissolve. There are nights when you look up at the sky and realize even the stars are dying. The light you see, radiant, magnificent, seemingly eternal, actually went out millions of years ago. The universe is only replaying the past, as if to remind humankind that all greatness has its limits, and even the brightest brilliance needs a night to rest. Carl Jung once said, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity." The creative mind plays with the objects it loves. His words remind us that within the death of a star lies the seed of another planet. Within the decay of every greatness, there is room for something new to be born. But humans often forget this truth. We see monuments crumble, empires collapse, and the sea wash away the footprints once pressed deep into the sand. And we fear that one day our own names will be carried off by the wind like dust. Take a deep breath in, breathe in, feel everything that has passed. Then breathe out slowly, breathe out. Peace remains, because time is the only truly fair judge. Look back through history, the pyramids rising from the desert, the giant statues guarding the Nile, the temples of Rome that once commanded the world. Each of these was built from one ambition: the desire to be remembered forever. Yet across thousands of years, time has eroded them all. Sand has covered every stone, wind has worn down every carving, and the names of those who once ruled now exist only as faint echoes in ancient texts. Jung once said, "Whatever is born or done this moment of time has the qualities of this moment of time." Everything created bears the mark of its moment and will dissolve back into that same moment. No power, no victory, no memory can escape that law. Greatness, in its essence, is never eternal. It is only a flash of light between two darknesses, a sigh of the universe. But perhaps that is why it is beautiful. Just as we love sunsets, not for their light, but because we know that light is about to fade. Think of the names once worshipped as immortal: Alexander the Great, Cleopatra, Caesar, rulers before whom the world once bowed. Yet now they are nothing more than bone and dust beneath the earth. Their empires dissolved, while time continues its silent march. As Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Perhaps what frightens us most in watching greatness fade is facing the impermanence within ourselves. So when you stand before the ruins of the past, do not mourn their fall. Be grateful, for they remind us that life does not end when greatness fades. It only changes form, continuing to tell its story in another language, Carl Jung believed that within each of us lies a collective unconscious, a shared layer of humanity's memory, where the echoes of our ancestors, our histories, and lost civilizations still live. Which means, even when monuments collapse, their souls endure within us. Greatness does not disappear. It transforms into dusts of consciousness, into sparks of inspiration for those yet to come. Just as a dying star gives birth to iron, carbon, and gold, the very elements that make up the human body, when you look at the sky, you are looking at yourself, a being born from the remnants of the cosmos, from explosions that ended billions of years ago. You are not forgotten. You are the continuation. And when you understand this, you realize that no greatness ever truly vanishes. It merely changes shape. So tonight, if you feel small, if you look back and see the things you once took pride in beginning to fade, remember this: everything dissolves, and yet life continues. As Jung once said, the shoe that fits one person pinches another. There's no recipe for living that suits all cases. Every soul has its own rhythm. Greatness does not need to last forever. It only needs to be lived fully in the moment it was born. Imagine a monument that no longer has visitors, yet each time the wind passes, it still hums with the echoes of the past. Imagine old stones that need no witnesses, but still hold the warmth of human hands. Time may erase names, but it cannot erase meaning. For meaning does not lie in being remembered. It lies in having truly existed, sincerely, completely. Breathe in, the past fades. Breathe out, peace remains. Perhaps it is in fading that we find true peace. For when we no longer fear being forgotten, we can finally live honestly, love deeply, and rest fully. Jung once said something simple yet profound: what you resist persists. When we try to hold on to the light, we only make it fade faster. But when we allow it to go out naturally, that light returns in another form, another moment, another soul. And so, when greatness fades, it does not disappear. It returns to the primordial rhythm of life, where everything is balanced, where there is no high or low, big or small, only the breath of existence itself. Let this voice whisper to you in the stillness of night: maybe the beauty of life lies in knowing it will be forgotten. Because it is forgetfulness, not glory, that makes life fair, profound, and complete. When the light of great monuments fades, only one thing remains, standing amid the dust of ages: justice. Time knows no favoritism. It does not bow before kings, does not indulge the powerful, and never slows for those who beg for one more moment. It moves steadily, silently, without mercy, without hatred, like a judge who needs no court. Have you ever stood before the sea and watched your footprints being washed away? In that moment, you realize every trace of existence, no matter how strong, eventually melts back into the water. The waves choose no one to preserve. They simply do their work, erase, and begin again. And within that erasure lies a gentle form of justice, one that needs no proclamation. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." When people become obsessed with being seen by the world, they begin to dream, to chase after power, fame, position. But when we turn inward, we awaken. We see that nothing truly belongs to us except the experience unfolding in this very breath. Fame, status, career, all our masks we wear in this brief life, they allow us to be seen, to be celebrated, but they fall away when the wind of time passes. Like sails stretched full of wind, appearing strong, yet always lowered when the voyage ends. You don't need to leave a mark to matter. This simple whisper touches the essence of being. We do not need to leave traces to be meaningful, because value lies not in what endures, but in what is lived. Jung once wrote, "As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. The sole purpose of human life," he said, "is to light a lamp in the darkness of existence, not so that others may praise its glow, but so that it warms one's own soul while it still burns. And that is the justice of time. Time does not reward success nor punish failure. It performs only one sacred task: to bring everything back into balance. A child and a king, a farmer and a philosopher, all pass through the same doorway, entering the same stillness where names and titles mean nothing. You can feel it in the rhythm of the night. Listen closely, not to the sounds of the world, but to the pause between two breaths. In that silence, every title dissolves. There is no who, no what, only pure, transparent being. Tonight, let go of your titles, your names. Just be a soul resting in the same silence as all who came before. Perhaps you've spent your whole life trying to prove something. You've climbed, fought, achieved, and held onto positions you believed were important. But in the final minutes of the day, when your head rests on the pillow, all titles fall from your shoulders like tired garments. Only you remain a soul seeking rest. The justice of time is not punishment. It is an invitation, calling you back to yourself, to what is equal in all living things, existence itself. Jung once said, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order. In destruction there is creation, in erasure there is balance." So too, in the fading touch of time, there is a miraculous equality where all souls return to the same origin. There is no higher, no lower, no remembered, no forgotten, only the universe, breathing with you. Imagine yourself standing on the beach at sunset. The sun sinks low, the tide rises, and waves sweep away the still warm footprints. You do not grieve, because you know tomorrow others will walk the same shore, leaving their marks to be washed away again. The cycle has no beginning and no end. The justice of time is not about endings. It is about continuation. It is the eternal symphony of birth, death, and rebirth. And every human being is but a single note in its endless harmony. So tonight, relax. Let your titles, expectations, and all the stories you tell about yourself dissolve like waves upon the shore. For in that dissolution, you return to your purest form, no longer someone, no longer needing to be remembered, only needing to rest. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." The greatest privilege of life is not to be remembered, but to return to your truest self. Let time do its work. Let the waves erase the footprints. Because only when every trace is gone can we touch what is eternal, the quiet equality of all souls that ever were and ever will be. And in the soft breath of the night, as the wind brushes the window, let this voice whisper to you, You don't need to leave a mark to matter. For in the end, it is not our traces that make us exist. It is this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. In the justice of time, we all return to the same place, the gentle stillness of eternity. And when you've learned to see time as a fair judge, favoring neither the strong nor the weak, you begin to realize another truth. Every journey, whether glorious or ordinary, ends in the same place. Not in the dazzling light of victory, but in the quiet stillness of equality. Imagine a field at dusk. The wind drifts softly, and the grass sways like the earth's own breathing. Beneath that soil, where silence reigns, there are no titles, no ranks, no kings or peasants, no rich or poor, only souls resting side by side, sharing the final warmth of existence. The cemetery, in its peace, is the perfect proof of time's justice. It doesn't judge, it does not choose. It simply gathers all things into the arms of the earth. Carl Jung once said, "Death is psychologically as important as birth, and like it, is an integral part of life." Death, he believed, is not an end, but a natural act of life, like the day's final exhale as the sun sets. And in that breath, all become equal. In the cemetery, every story returns to a single voice, a whisper, like the lullaby of the earth. In the quiet of night, kings and beggars dream the same dream. In that stillness, kings and beggars alike dream of return, of rest, a place without the fear of being forgotten, without the hunger to be remembered. Perhaps this is the only moment in the human journey where we are truly equal, when we stop trying to prove we are different and begin to dissolve into the shared current of the cosmos. Jung believed the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But perhaps, to return to who you truly are, one must first shed every layer of ego, every role the world has given, until only the naked soul remains without name, simply existing. You can feel it in every breath of night. When all sound ceases, when the city sleeps, when only your heartbeat remains, you realize that no one is watching, no one is comparing, and it's in that moment that you're free. Tonight, you don't need to prove anything. Just breathe and rest in equality. No need to fight, to achieve, or to leave a mark. Just breathe and let yourself dissolve into the silence, the way stars dissolve into the sky. Every comparison, every measurement, every effort to be more than someone else fades in the instant you understand. We are all temporary journeys, breaths within the same infinite ocean. Jung once wrote, "The life that I could still live, I should live, and the thoughts that I could still think, I should think." It is an invitation to live, to think, to feel, not for praise or recognition, but because it is beautiful, to live without leaving marks, but to leave warmth, to act not to be remembered, but to shine, even if only for a moment. If you listen closely, you will hear in the earth's breathing a deep acceptance. The earth never asks who lies within her. She demands no proof of worthiness. She simply holds, shelters, and nourishes, just as the universe cradles all drifting souls in its vastness. Within that equality lies a peace no crown can ever bring. Let yourself touch that peace, gently, without resistance. For only when we stop trying to control do we begin to truly live. Only when we stop fearing oblivion do we finally understand what it means to be remembered, not in someone else's memory, but in the living current of existence flowing through us. Breathe in, let the weight fall away. Breathe out, rest in the silence that holds us all. Every soul has a place in the song of the universe, but no note lasts forever. And because it doesn't, the song becomes beautiful. Its beauty lies not in being heard endlessly, but in having once been sung, fully, tenderly, truthfully. Jung believed that humans do not truly fear death. They fear the loss of meaning. But if meaning lives within connection, within the endless cycle where all things merge into one, then death, or forgetting, ceases to be frightening. No tree, it is said, can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. To touch the heights of spirit, we must accept the dissolution of the self, and thus the equality of forgetting is not punishment. It is a gift. It allows us to rest, to melt into something greater than ourselves, to return to the roots of being, where there is no I, no you, no they, only one shared breath of life. Tonight, let this voice lull you. No one higher, no one lower, no one remembered, no one forgotten. All are sleeping in the same breath of the universe. And when you accept that time will forget everything, you will discover something profound. That peace does not come from being remembered, but from doing everything simply because it is beautiful. And when you accept that time forgets all, you will discover the peace of doing things simply because they are beautiful. When you've released the fear of being forgotten and found rest in the equality of all souls, another question begins to echo within. Why do we still long to leave a mark? Why, in this vast and impermanent universe, do we still crave proof that we once existed? Perhaps it is the deepest instinct of the ego, the fear of dissolving not only from the world, but from the memory of humankind itself. Have you ever felt the need to be remembered, to leave a trace that says, I was here? That question, when spoken aloud, sounds like a soft sigh of the human spirit. Since ancient times, we have carved our names into stone, built pyramids, erected statues, written books, painted canvases, all to tell time. Remember me? Yet the irony is this: in striving so hard to be remembered, we forget how to truly live. Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. We spend our lives chasing external recognition, simply to avoid facing the emptiness within. Like a sculptor chiseling endlessly at stone, obsessed with shaping perfection, yet never looking up at the sky, where clouds shift every second, where beauty exists freely, without needing to be preserved. The modern world has only deepened this illusion. Every photo, every post, every follower count all become proof of existence. Yet the more we are seen, the less we truly see ourselves. We exist in the memories of others, but vanish from the present of our own lives. Jung called this the hunger of the ego, the endless appetite for visibility, validation, and praise. But the more we feed it, the weaker the soul becomes. He once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. There can be no awakening without the pain of releasing the illusion that we must be remembered." Maybe the world doesn't need your mark. It only needs your presence. That truth drifts like a cool breeze on a summer afternoon. Simple, yet awakening. Perhaps the world does not need more statues, more signatures, more names etched into history. Perhaps it only needs you, fully present, sincere, and alive in this very moment. Imagine an artist playing a violin in an empty room, no audience, no lights. His music is not recorded, not preserved. Yet in that instant, his art is most real, not for anyone, not to anyone, just a pure communion between his breath, his hands, and the air. That is the freedom Jung spoke of, to act not for reward, but for the soul's simple joy of being alive. The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct acting from inner necessity. Jung, creation, he said, comes not from intellect, but from the playful instinct of the soul. When you do something purely out of love for it, you are living truthfully. When you smile for no reason but joy, you are touching the deepest layer of spiritual freedom. Yet most people are afraid to live this way. They fear that without witnesses, their lives will lose meaning. They fear that without leaving a trace, their existence will vanish. But as Jung reminded us, the meaning of life is to be alive. It is so plain and so obvious and so simple. The meaning of life lies in being alive. It needs no validation. It needs no permanence. You can see this truth in nature when nothing signs its name. Flowers bloom, then fade. Rivers flow, then merge into the sea. No one remembers each petal, each drop of water, and yet they are free precisely because of that. Freedom is not being remembered. Freedom is existing fully within the moment of life itself. Perhaps what torments humanity is not death, but the obsession with being remembered. Yet, as Jung said, what you resist persists. The more we fear being forgotten, the more we lose ourselves in that fear. But when we accept forgetting as part of the dance, we find the serenity of one who no longer needs to prove anything. So relax your shoulders, close your eyes, take a deep breath. Feel this breath. It will not be recorded anywhere, yet it is real. It exists completely, right now, and because of that, it is enough. The ego wants to carve its name in stone. The soul only wants to touch the wind. One will fade, but the other will be free. Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, to accept yourself without fame, without role, without pretense, is the most terrifying act. But it is also the beginning of peace." So tonight, if you still carry the longing to be remembered, let it drift away like smoke. Remember, the world doesn't need your mark. It only needs your presence, sincere, whole, here, now. And perhaps when you stop trying to be remembered, you will finally begin to be felt. Because the most beautiful thing you can leave behind is not a name, but a moment of truth. Maybe the world doesn't need your mark. It only needs your presence. And when you truly understand this, you will see that you were never forgotten. Because every breath you take, however small, merges into the breath of the universe. And within that breath, you are still living, still existing, still remembered in the purest way a soul can be. When you've seen through the illusion of being remembered, you begin to touch a deeper truth. That real happiness is not found in being mentioned after you are gone, but in living fully while you are still here. Yet this, for the modern human, is the hardest thing to do. Each day, we are pulled into an infinite hall of mirrors, where everyone is reflecting a brighter, more successful, more joyful version of themselves. Social media has become a stage, and the audience is the fragile part within us, the part that wants to be loved, recognized, seen. We live in an age where now has been distorted into someday. Someday when I get more likes. Someday when I am admired enough. Someday when I become someone worth remembering. But in that endless chase, Carl Jung once warned, people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. We think we are controlling life, but in truth, ideas of success and value are controlling us. We become runners chasing our own shadow. The faster we move, the farther it slips away. And in that pursuit, we forget the only thing that truly exists. This moment. Pause for a second. Inhale the now. Exhale the need to be known. Breathe in the present. Breathe out a craving to be seen. Jung once said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Oh, the meeting of two souls transforms them both, but only when they are truly present. Not me trying to impress, but me simply being here. When you look at someone with your full attention, when you listen to a song without thinking about recording it, when you cook a meal just to taste that moment, that is the truth of being alive. You don't need to be eternal to be meaningful, because meaning is not measured by the length of time, but by the depth of awareness. A flower that blooms for only a few hours can be more beautiful than a statue that stands for millennia, because it knows how to live completely in the brief moment it is given. Modern life teaches us that value lies in extension, prolonging youth, prolonging fame, prolonging achievement. But Jung once wrote, there is no birth of consciousness without pain. We awaken only when we dare to face the truth. Everything is temporary, and it is this very impermanence that makes each moment precious. You can see it in sunsets. No one demands the sun to shine forever to be beautiful. It only needs to exist, radiant, sincere, for a fleeting instant before it disappears. So too with us. When we stop living as performers for an imaginary audience, we begin to live like children, curious, innocent, and free. Children do not need to be remembered. They just need to laugh, to play, to be. That is why Jung believed the freest soul is the one who knows how to play, to find joy in every breath of life. Perhaps you have felt the pressure to do something great, to write a book, to succeed, to leave a legacy. But if meaning lies within the very act of living, then that striving only takes you farther from what is already here. Breathe in. This moment, feel the air filling your lungs, the rhythm of your heart tapping softly in your chest. This, right now, is your proof of existence. You need nothing else. Carl Jung once wrote, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and to become yourself. You don't need to construct an image or carve your name into history. You only need the courage to be present, completely, moment by moment. The world outside will remain loud. There will always be people who achieve more, go farther, receive louder applause. But remember, applause is a momentary wind. It rises, then fades. The peace you find in presence, however, it stays. It lives in your breath, in your skin, in your heartbeat, in the smallest drop of awareness no one can take away. Jung once said, wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Wholeness does not come from rejecting what is imperfect, but from embracing everything, past, present, and the unknown to come. And in that embrace, this moment becomes eternal. Perhaps the most beautiful thing you can do for yourself is not to be remembered, but to truly live. Not to leave behind a story, but to feel every chapter of your life, no matter how short, no matter how dim, no matter how ordinary. Inhale the now, exhale the need to be known. Breathe in life, breathe out expectation. Tonight, let everything go, even the desire to prove that you matter, because the moment you stop trying to be someone, you already are. And perhaps that is the gentlest message Jung ever left the world. Happiness is not in being recognized, but in being present. Present in your breath, in this moment, in this silence where time stands still and the soul finally rests. When you've learned to stop chasing your own shadow and have accepted that the present is enough, something miraculous begins to bloom, a quiet form of freedom. It doesn't come from success, fame, or recognition, but from the simple act of being alive. It is a joy that is pure, modest, and profound. The joy of a life lived fully, yet without a name. There is an old story Jung once shared in one of his lectures about an old gardener who lived on the outskirts of Zurich. Every morning, rain or shine, he would walk to his garden and tend to his flowers. No one came to watch him. No one praised him. He didn't plant them for money, nor for acknowledgement. He simply found happiness in seeing a new bud sprout, in touching the soil, in hearing bees hum between petals. And when someone asked why he kept doing it, even though no one knew of his work, the old man smiled and said, "Because I love how the sunlight falls on the petals, even when no one is watching." That small story touches the deepest layer of Jung's philosophy. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. The gardener didn't seek eternity in fame. He found it in the honesty of each moment he lived. In our modern world, such a way of living feels almost rebellious. We live in an age of spotlights, where worth is measured by influence, followers, visibility. But Jung warned, the persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself, as well as others, think one is. The persona is the mask, the self society wants us to be. We wear it to be accepted, and in doing so, slowly forget the face beneath. The gardener symbolizes liberation from that mask. He does not need validation. He does not need to be remembered. He simply needs to live and to love the moment he is in. Maybe legacy is not what you leave behind, but what you give while you are here. Think about it. Every gentle glance, every kind word, every small act of care, even if unseen, is a seed you plant in the world. They may not carry your name, they may never be carved into stone, but they will bloom somewhere, sometime, in ways you may never witness. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." When we stop searching for worth through the eyes of others and turn inward to live in alignment with who we truly are, that is awakening. The gardener had awakened. He no longer dreamed of being known. He lived with the quiet joy of knowing he existed. An anonymous life is not a small life. On the contrary, it is the most authentic kind. For only when we are no longer bound by others' gaze can we act from pure love. A flower blooms not for an audience. It blooms because blooming is its nature, because it is right, because it is beautiful. Jung once said, "The soul becomes infinite when it surrenders, and when you release the need to be seen, you don't disappear, you expand. You become part of the invisible current that keeps the world alive, the unnamed, the unseen, the uncredited, the quiet kindnesses that hold humanity together." Look around you. The driver who wakes before dawn to take children to school, the doctor working through the night in a silent ward, the daughter caring for her sick mother without ever posting it online. They don't seek immortality. They simply live and give, and in that, they become immortal in their own way. You don't need to be eternal to be meaningful. The true meaning of a life does not come from being remembered, but from living deeply enough that a part of you, your kindness, your love, your calm, continues to ripple outward long after your name is forgotten. Imagine yourself as that gardener. Morning breaks. The sun is not yet high. Dew clings to the leaves. Your hands touch the soil. No applause, no audience, only breath, light, and bird song in the distance. In that moment, you do not need to be someone. You simply need to be. Jung once said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." In that solitude, the gardener, and perhaps you, finds the soul that was once forgotten. So let your life bloom like that garden, without spectators, without recognition, only with love. Because in every small act of goodness you give, something eternal is written into the world, not in name, but in energy. And when you understand that anonymity is not disappearance, but expansion, you will feel a strange peace, a quiet rhythm flowing beneath everything, like the underground water that nourishes an entire forest without ever being seen. And when you release the need to be remembered, you begin to feel something timeless, the quiet continuity of life itself. And in that moment, you are no longer an individual trying to leave a mark. You become part of the nameless, eternal stream, where all souls merge, where existence no longer needs to be known to be meaningful. That is the joy of anonymous living, simple, complete, and free. When you've learned to live anonymously and found peace in not needing to be remembered, another door begins to open, the door of continuation. There, you begin to understand, even when something seems to end, it never truly disappears. Life does not move in straight lines, but in circles. Everything that falls away is simply finding a new form of return. When a leaf falls, it doesn't die. It becomes soil, and then the seed of another tree. A falling leaf is not an ending, but a promise of renewal. It dissolves into the earth, nourishes the roots, and one day becomes a leaf again. The life of a leaf is the most beautiful metaphor for the human soul, constantly transforming, constantly returning, never truly gone. Carl Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." Awakening cannot happen without passing through the pain of loss. Only when we allow the old to dissolve can we see how the universe regenerates itself from its own ashes. Look at nature. Water becomes vapor. Vapor becomes cloud, and then rain. A flame dies, but its warmth lingers in the air. The sun sets, but its light remains painted across the horizon. In every small transition, the universe whispers its eternal message. Nothing ever truly ends. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "Life is a process of becoming, not a state of being. Life is not a static state. It is a continuous unfolding. We are never fixed entities. We are the ongoing expression of countless moments, each birthing a new version of ourselves. When you breathe, you are changing form without realizing it. Breathe. Your body is the universe rearranging itself to remember you differently. Inhale, and you draw in air once released by a star billions of years ago. Exhale, and your breath becomes part of someone else's future life." Jung called this the collective unconscious, a shared psychic field where all life overlaps. Your energy is never isolated from the whole. When you leave, the world doesn't lose a piece of itself. It simply reshapes to carry you in another form. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. Albert Einstein. Jung resonated deeply with this principle, believing that the soul too behaves like energy, not destroyed, only transformed. Imagine standing at the shore, watching waves collapse into the sand. Each wave disappears, yet the ocean remains. Human life is the same. Every name, every story eventually fades, but the essence of life keeps flowing. Jung once said, "As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. If our purpose is to light a flame in the dark, that flame does not vanish when its bearer departs. It continues in others, in memories, in energy, in the echoes of our actions. You don't need to believe in reincarnation to see this. Just look at the natural rhythm of life. Our bodies return to the earth feeds the trees bear fruit, the fruit nourishes another being. We never disappear, we only return in gentler, subtler forms." That's a lesser-known line from Jung that holds the key to this truth. Death is psychologically as important as birth, and like it, is an integral part of life. Death is not the opposite of life. It is its necessary half, like night to day, like exhale to inhale. When we understand this, we stop fearing endings, because we know that every ending is simply a doorway into a new form of life. Think of the people you've loved who are no longer here. They live on, in your gestures, in your laughter, in the lessons you carry from them. They have not vanished. They've only changed form, from presence to influence, from voice to memory, from body to light within you. The universe has never lost a thing. It merely changes the way it tells its story. Jung once wrote in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, "The psyche is not of today. It was ever and ever will be. The soul doesn't belong to time. It is ancient and ongoing. When you listen closely to yourself, you can hear the echoes of those who came before, their dreams, their fears, their faiths, all flowing through you. You are not separate from them. You are the continuation of their unfinished sentences. A river bending through new landscapes, but carrying the same water. When you begin to sense that rhythm, separation dissolves. You realize you are not only you. You are the breath of forests, the heartbeat of the sea, the dust of stars that exploded long before your birth. And when you truly feel this, fear melts away. death, distance, change, they lose their sting. They are simply movements in the grand symphony of existence. So tonight, breathe deeply. Feel life flowing through you, not still, not static, but constantly reborn. Each cell within you dies and is renewed. Each thought fades and makes space for the next. You need do nothing to make this happen. It is the nature of life itself. Nothing ever truly ends. Nothing is lost. You are only changing form in a universe that is remembering itself through you. Let this breath remind you, you are not a single being, but a note in the endless song of creation. Breathe. Your body is the universe rearranging itself to remember you differently. And when you accept that truth, a deep peace arises. Not because you've learned something, but because you felt it. Everything, including you, continues in light, in air, in breath, in the infinite circles of life. After realizing that nothing ever truly ends, you begin to see that life is not a sequence of losses, but an unending dance between forms. Everything moves, blends, and is born again. The death of one thing is always the first breath of another. And within this rhythm of change, the human soul finds its deepest meaning. Look at the flame. As it burns, wood becomes light, then ash, then smoke, then disappears into the air. Nothing is truly lost, only reshaped. Light cannot exist without burning, and burning cannot occur unless matter surrenders itself. This is the essence of transformation, a conversation between dissolution and creation, between destruction and renewal. Carl Jung once wrote, "Life is a process of becoming, not a state of being. Life is not stillness, it is movement, an eternal dance in which we are always changing, learning, evolving, and in that process, we grow. We fear change not because we hate the new, but because we fear losing what has defined us, a job, a relationship, a role, even the pain that has stayed beside us for too long." Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow, the meeting with the darker parts of ourselves. He wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. We do not awaken by dreaming of light, but by daring to face the darkness, for that is where true transformation begins. Like sound fading into air after it echoes. It does not vanish, it only relocates. And so do we. After every heartbreak, after every collapse, we continue, softer, deeper, truer. Think of the moments when you thought you had lost yourself. After an ending, a departure, a change so great that you no longer recognize the person you once were. Look closer. You did not disappear. You were becoming. Maybe you are not ending. You are becoming, like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. The time spent inside the cocoon is not death. It is transformation. If the caterpillar could think, it would surely be afraid, for everything familiar would be dissolving. But nature does not destroy it. Nature is teaching it to fly. Jung believed that within each person is a spiritual current constantly seeking to evolve. He called this process individuation, the journey toward wholeness. But for evolution to happen, the old must make space for the new. The old must die before the new can be born. So instead of asking, What am I losing? Try asking, what is being born in me? That is the question of someone who no longer fears change, but learns to dance with it. Like music, life has its rhythm, crescendos, rests, and silences. If you try to hold on to one single note, the song cannot continue. We must let each sound arrive and depart, allowing the entire symphony to unfold. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, "The afternoon of life must also have its own significance and cannot merely be a pitiful appendage to life's morning." Every stage of life carries meaning. Youth is not better than age. Beginnings are not more precious than endings. Each is simply another movement in the same dance. So when you feel that life is changing, do not think you are being diminished. Think instead that you are being invited to join the dance of transformation. Every time your heart breaks, it expands, making room for a deeper love. Every time you release an old identity, you create space for your truer self to emerge. The world is always shifting, and so are you. Your body renews itself every day. Millions of cells die, and millions are born. Your mind too is in motion. Thoughts, emotions, desires never stay still. Each second, you become a new version of yourself. Tonight, close your eyes. Breathe. Feel your breath like a river, never holding the same drop of water, yet always itself. That is transformation, not destruction, but translation. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Perhaps becoming yourself is the greatest dance the soul can perform. A movement between forms, free, fluid, alive. Imagine a flame again. It never asks, "What will I become?" It simply burns, and as it burns, it shines. When it fades, it doesn't mourn. It becomes warmth, smoke, reflection on the wall. So do we. Each time we change, we radiate a new kind of light. Each time we dissolve, we are reborn elsewhere. Listen carefully. Even the sound you hear now, this voice, this music, this breath, is already dissolving into space. But it is that very dissolution that makes the silence full. It is through movement that life continues. Maybe you are not ending, you are becoming. Perhaps the dance of transformation doesn't ask you to know every step, only to listen to the rhythm of existence, to let life lead, and to trust that every fall, every shift, every release is part of a greater choreography shaping you toward wholeness. Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. Carl Jung. Life truly begins when you stop fixing yourself in one form and dare to become the flow itself. And like every dance, you cannot control every beat. You can only feel it. Then surrender to the rhythm of your heart, to the breath of the universe. Tonight, let yourself melt out of every old form. Allow life to rewrite you in its own language. For in the eternal dialogue between light and shadow, birth and decay, there is only one truth that remains. Nothing ever truly ends. Everything keeps becoming. As the dance of transformation unfolds, you begin to sense something deeper, that with every change, you are not merely becoming another version of yourself. You are returning to everything. Every breath, every heartbeat, every current within you is not yours alone. They are the rhythms of the cosmos pulsing through human form. Carl Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." Hidden within chaos lies harmony. Within every fragment, the whole. We are not separate from the universe. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. Everything is reborn within everything else. Water rises into cloud, falls as rain, seeps into the earth, flows as a river, and finally returns to the sea. The earth nourishes the tree creates the air, and we breathe it in, only to one day return to the soil. In these cycles, nothing belongs to anyone, because there is no anyone to possess. All things interweave, flow through one another, and are reborn together. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a drop. Rumi. You are not a single drop within the sea. You are the entire ocean expressing itself through one drop. This is the heart of Jung's philosophy, where the boundary between self and whole dissolves. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality. The self is not merely the center, but the entire circle that holds both the conscious and the unconscious. When you realize this, you understand you are not a lost traveler in the universe. You are the universe breathing through the shape of a human being. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel the breath moving through you, soft, even warm. The air you inhale has touched forests, oceans, and countless living beings. Those molecules once belonged to clouds, to mountains, to others, and now they are becoming you. Breathe. You are not merely breathing air. You are breathing life itself. Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there's any reaction, both are transformed." Every encounter is not just between people, but between you and the universe. Each moment you live, every time you touch the world, both you and it are changed. You dissolve a part of yourself into the cosmos, and the cosmos leaves a part of itself within you. Life, then, is not something outside you to be reached. It is happening through you, as you. Every movement, every thought, every emotion, all are the universe becoming conscious of itself in your form. Imagine yourself as a wave upon the ocean. The wave has no separate existence, yet it is never lost within the sea. It is the sea simply in motion. When the wave dissolves, the ocean remains. When you change, your essence remains, always part of the great unfolding whole. In Jungian philosophy, this is the state of self-realization, the union between the conscious and the unconscious, between the individual and the total. In reaching it, you no longer seek meaning outside yourself, for existence itself becomes the meaning. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you truly are is not a solitary being, but a fragment of cosmic awareness, awakening to itself. Feel it through your breath. Inhale. You are the sky breathing through clouds. Exhale. You are the sea returning to itself. Life doesn't require you to earn your place in existence. Your being here is already enough. Jung wrote, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration. Wholeness is not perfection, it is inclusion. To become whole, you need not erase your flaws or silence your shadows. You need only embrace them, but they too belong to the unity that you are. The outer world divides everything into opposites. good and bad, beauty and ugliness, light and dark. But in the depths of the soul, there are no opposites, only balance, like day and night. They do not fight. They take turns, sustaining life together. And when you truly understand this, fear dissolves. You no longer need to control. You simply listen to the rhythm of your heart, your breath, the world pulsing alongside you. Everything that once frightened you, time, change, death, merges into a single realization. You are not going anywhere. You have never been separate from your source. You have never been lost. You are always returning to the whole that has held you all along. And then peace arises. You no longer have to seek serenity, for you are serenity itself. Peace is not outside you. It is your essence, the slow breath of the universe moving through every cell. Let tonight be a gentle invitation. Sleep now as the universe breathes through you. In that stillness, you are no longer the seeker. You are the sought. You are no longer the drop. You are the ocean within the drop. You are home in everything. Home in the breath, in the wind, in the earth, in the light, in the quiet of sleep, and in that silence. The universe whispers through you. There is no beginning. There is no end, only the rhythm of becoming. Amid the stillness where the soul has merged with the universe, a gentle truth begins to unfold. Eternity is not hidden in some distant future, nor buried in a vanished past. It exists here, in this single moment. One breath, if listened to with enough stillness, can hold the entire infinite. There is only now, and it is enough. There is nothing beyond the present, and that is enough. This is not merely a reminder, it is an awakening. For all our lives, we have chased someday and once upon a time, forgetting that the only thing that has ever truly existed is now. Imagine a droplet of dew resting on a leaf, catching the first light of dawn. In that brief instant, the universe gathers within its fragile curve. Light, water, air, and time converging in one shimmer of being. The droplet does not live long, yet in its fleeting presence, it holds the whole sky. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. The one who looks outward dreams. The one who looks inward awakens." The present moment opens only to those who pause long enough to gaze inward, to where time no longer flows, and the pulse of raw existence can be felt moving through the veins of the soul. Modern life teaches us that meaning lies in later, after success, after recognition, after abundance. But Jung saw that happiness is not the prize of the future. It is the state of a mind that is fully present. He wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown. The great problems of life cannot be solved. They can only be outgrown. And to outgrow them, we must awaken, not by grasping for control, but by simply allowing things to be what they are. Right here, right now. Take a deep breath. Right here, right now. This breath is eternity touching you. With every inhale and exhale, the universe communes with you. The air moving through your lungs is the same air once breathed by countless beings before you. Your heartbeat echoes the rhythm of ocean waves, the pulse of magma beneath the earth, the slow expansion of the stars. All of it is happening now, in the undiscovered self. Jung wrote, "The individual who is not anchored in the divine has no safety." But the divine is not a faraway deity. It is the present moment itself, where soul and cosmos meet. When you live wholly in the present, time loses its teeth. The past becomes memory, the future, imagination. The present, though brief, is the only thing that is real. It does not need to last forever to matter. Just as a piece of music need not be endless to be beautiful. It only needs to play the right note at the right time. Look at the light spilling through your window. It does not wait to be seen. Yet when you finally notice it, the world suddenly becomes luminous. That instant, the moment you realize you are alive, is the meeting point between the human and the eternal. Jung called this the numinous moment, the sacred instant when we touch the infinite within ourselves. He wrote, "The feeling of the numinous is the beginning of wisdom. To feel the sacredness of now, that is the beginning of true wisdom. When we truly pause, when we look closely at a flower, a droplet, or a breath, we see that even the smallest things are vibrating with life. 1 second of awareness can hold more existence than an entire lifetime spent in confusion. Remember, eternity is not the length of time, but the depth of a moment. 1 minute lived in peace can contain more life than 10 years lived in fear. Like the dew dissolving beneath the morning sun, it does not mourn its fading. In its vanishing, it joins the air, becomes warmth, becomes cloud, becomes life continuing elsewhere. Perhaps that is the most beautiful form of existence, to dissolve into everything, in memories, dreams, reflections." Jung wrote, "Time is a child playing, moving pieces on a board. The kingdom belongs to the child. Time is a child at play, and the kingdom belongs to the child. Only when we abandon calculation and return to innocence can we step into the realm of the present, where time has no dominion. If there is any place where a human being becomes eternal, it is the moment they become aware of living, not because they have conquered time, but because they have stopped letting it pass them by. Right here, right now, this breath is eternity touching you. Listen to the sounds around you. The wind, the ticking of a clock, the soft rhythm of your heart, all are the breath of the world, inviting you back to now. No need to plan for tomorrow. No need to grieve for yesterday. This moment alone is real, and it is enough for you to feel that you are alive, that you exist, that you belong to the whole. Perhaps in the instant you release every worry and simply listen to your own breathing, you will understand. Eternity was never out there. It has always been within you, in this breath, in this droplet, in this light brushing against your eyelids. And as Jung once wrote, eternity is now. Not in tomorrow, not after we understand everything, but now. Inhale, exhale, feel the weight of a single moment and realize it holds the universe. In the moment, you realize that eternity lives here and now. Something else begins to unfold, the silence between two heartbeats. It is not an empty void, but a resting place for the soul. Amid all motion, there is always a pause, so small that we rarely notice it. Yet, within it, peace resides. The rhythm of modern life seems forever set to run. We run after work, expectations, and endless musts, forgetting that music becomes beautiful only because of its rests. A symphony cannot be made of sound alone, just as a life cannot be made of action alone. Carl Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by adding, but by allowing." Wholeness is not something we build, it is something we allow. Allow silence to slip between the noise. Allow yourself to exist without striving to become anyone at all. Notice your breath. Between every inhale and exhale lies a brief stillness, a moment when the world seems to stop. Air neither enters nor leaves, yet you are still alive, still whole. That pause is proof that life does not exist only in motion, but also in rest. Jung wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder, a secret order." Even in movement, there is a hidden symmetry. Your heart, though it never ceases to beat, pauses ever so slightly between each contraction. And it is those pauses that give rhythm to life. Without them, the song of existence would collapse into endless noise. Imagine listening to a piano piece. The notes rise, shimmer, and fade. It is in the silence after each key that beauty breathes. The pause is not the absence of sound. It is the space that allows sound to live. So it is with you. If you fill every empty space with action, talk, or thought, you steal from yourself the chance to breathe. Perhaps peace does not come from what you do, but from daring not to do anything at all. Maybe peace is not in doing, it's in being. Think of your day. Morning begins with screens lighting up. Noon brings deadlines and messages. By night, your mind still hums with voices. Yet somewhere, amid it all, perhaps when you gaze out a window or sigh after a long day, there is a small pause. That is the pause between heartbeats. The moment when you stop striving and simply exist. In Modern Man in Search of a Soul, Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But to become yourself, you need silence, space enough to hear the voice within. That voice does not speak in noise, it rises only in quiet." The world teaches us that silence means stopping, unproductivity, even uselessness. But for Jung, silence was the condition through which the unconscious could speak. He wrote, "The soul speaks in images, not in words. The soul does not use language, it dreams in symbols, and to see those symbols, the sky of the mind must first clear of noise. In that still moment between heartbeats, you are not divided into success or failure, right or wrong, gain or loss. You simply are, part of the universe's breath, resting, present. Feel it now. Between every breath, there is a pause. Between every word, a silence. Between every pain, a space where peace waits." Jung understood that modern humanity loses its soul not from ignorance, but from forgetting how to stop. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. We do everything except sit still long enough to listen to ourselves. Perhaps the pause between heartbeats is where your soul has been waiting, not demanding, not judging, only waiting for you to remember that you don't have to run forever. The music of life does not live in the length of its notes, but in the way they blend with their rests. Each moment you soften into stillness. You let the universe breathe through you, like the ocean resting between waves. Close your eyes, listen to your heart. 1, 2. Between those sounds lies a miracle. No action, no striving, only you. And the pure fact of being. Jung once said, "The smaller the mind, the greater the noise. The more we disconnect from our essence, the louder we must become. But in silence, we return to vastness, where separation fades, and you and the world are one." Tonight, perhaps you don't need to do anything. You don't need to find peace. Just let peace find you, as the heart naturally pauses between its beats. Maybe peace is not in doing, it's in being. Let that stillness touch you, not to achieve, but to return. In that pause, life continues, gently, completely, without noise. And within that rest, you may finally hear what the hurried world forgot long ago. That sometimes, simply stopping is enough to live. After the pauses between heartbeats, the world begins to dissolve into a gentle flow. There is no more sound, no more movement, only the steady rhythm of existence. And there, in the small space between inhale and exhale, the soul finds its place of rest. Imagine yourself lying in bed. The last light of the day has faded into darkness. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to prove. Your breath drifts slowly, soft as a blanket covering the body. Thoughts melt away, layer by layer, like mist dissolving under the moon. You do not need to control them. You do not need to quiet them. Just let them drift, like leaves carried by a stream. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest tragedy of the family is the unlived lives of the parents." But beneath that observation lies a deeper truth, that the real tragedy of humanity is not in what we fail to achieve, but in what we fail to live now. We spend our lives in the not yet and the no longer, forgetting that this present moment, fragile as it may seem, is eternity taking form. There is no tomorrow, no yesterday, only now, and it is enough. Your breath in this moment is the thin thread connecting you to the entire universe. With every inhale, you receive the light of life. With every exhale, you release the weight of the past. In that rhythm, you merge into an infinite current, no longer you and the world, but one consciousness breathing as both. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. The one who looks outward dreams, the one who looks inward awakens." And perhaps right now, with your eyes closed, you are awakening for the first time, not from sleep, but from the illusion of time itself. Time was never the enemy. It is only a river that humans tried to measure, divide, and then feared as it flowed. Yet in the depth of the present, there is no river, only the still ocean. Here, all memories, all plans, all versions of I dissolve together. There is no beginning, no ending, only pure being. Time does not change us, it just unfolds us. Jung believed that time doesn't transform us, it simply opens what has always been within. And in this pause, when you stop running, you begin to feel that unfolding, soft and quiet, like a flower blooming at night. Let your mind rest in this moment. No need to think about unfinished things. No need to worry about tomorrow. The sun never worries whether it will rise. It simply appears. The river never fears running dry. It simply flows, and by flowing, it endures. Happiness does not come from trying to hold time still, but from allowing time to dissolve within you, like wind through your hair, like light across your eyelids. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Nothing can change until we accept it. Likewise, we cannot live truly in the present if we keep resisting it. Accept this night exactly as it is. Do not make it a peaceful night or a holy night or a night of awakening. Let it simply be a night, and you, someone breathing within it. In that acceptance, worries soften, ambitions rest. What remains is only the slow pulse of life, unhurried, unexpecting, simply existing. Let your heartbeat become the soundtrack of sleep. Let each breath be a quiet thank you. Let your body grow heavy. Your thoughts drift light. You do not have to resist the current. You are the current. In The Undiscovered Self, Jung wrote, "The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong." The mind doesn't swing between right and wrong, but between meaning and meaninglessness. Yet, in the present, nothing is meaningless. For as long as you are alive and aware, everything carries the significance of being. There is no tomorrow, no yesterday, only now, and it is enough. Let these words be the pillow for your mind tonight. You do not need to reach for eternity. You are already lying in its arms. You do not need to seek peace. It is already surrounding you, breathing through you. Sleep deeply. When you awaken, the next journey will begin. The return to the source, where every beginning meets every end. Now, simply let go. Leave behind the noise, the questions, the roles. Let the night hold you as the universe holds a resting star. And in your final breath before sleep, you may hear something gentle whisper, not from me, not from Jung, but from within yourself. You are enough. You are here. And now is eternity. The mirrors have shattered, and the light no longer needs reflection to exist. You have seen what lies behind the eye, a vast, silent awareness that neither begins nor ends. Yet even this revelation is not the destination. It is the threshold. Beyond the awakening of the self lies something quieter, not discovery, but return. The light you have found within now seeks to merge with the light of all things, just as a single flame joins the dawn. You no longer need to define, to name, to understand. The mind that once searched has grown still, like a lake untouched by wind. And from that stillness, a new current begins to move, not outward, but homeward. The same river that once asked where it came from now feels the pull of the sea. It does not resist. It remembers. Imagine a river returning to the sea. It doesn't resist. It doesn't cry out. It doesn't try to cling to its old banks. It simply releases itself, softly and quietly, flowing back to where it once began. That journey is not an ending, but a dissolution, a homecoming. And just like the human soul, after endless wandering through the landscapes of life, it longs to return to its source, to the place where there are no longer boundaries between self and universe, between I and all. Carl Jung once wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. Within every chaos lies a hidden order, and within the seeming dissolution of all things hides a perfect return." The life of a human being is much like that of a river, beginning as a drop of rain, gathering into a stream, flowing across lands, gliding and curving, and finally opening itself to the vast ocean. Many call that the end, but Jung would say it is a return, a rejoining with the greater order to which we've always belonged. We fear dissolving. We fear losing our trace, being forgotten, or ceasing to be ourselves when we merge with the infinite. But if you look closely, that fear is only the illusion of the ego, the small part of you that clings to separation. The river has never feared disappearing into the sea, because it knows it doesn't vanish, it becomes the sea. Jung believed that human beings, like nature itself, follow the same principle, the whole within each part, and each part within the whole. Within every soul lives the echo of the universe, and within the universe flows the continuation of every soul. When we dare to release the boundaries, we do not disappear, we expand. Imagine standing at the edge of the ocean, watching the waves rise and fall. Each wave is born and breaks, yet none truly die. They simply return to the sea, to the place they have always belonged. Life is the same. We come, we go, we love, we lose, and we return. Not in circles of repetition, but in rhythms of merging. Perhaps that is why the sea brings such peace, because deep down, we recognize ourselves in it, not as a separate being, but as the endless current of life itself. As Jung once said, the psyche is not of today. It was ever and ever will be. The soul doesn't belong to the present moment. It has always existed and always will. We need not fear being forgotten, for in forgetting, we are remembered more deeply, not by name, but by essence. When a person departs, they do not truly vanish. They become wind, light, memory, the breath of another. They return to the cycle of life, like water rising as vapor, then falling again as rain. Each drop, each breath is a reminder that nothing truly leaves us. Jung spoke of the collective unconscious, that deep realm of the human spirit where all souls meet. In that space, there is no separation. Joy and sorrow, memory and meaning all flow together into an infinite spiritual ocean. When you let go, you do not lose yourself. You simply return to that ocean, to the vastness that has never been apart from you. Perhaps that is why those who have found peace carry a quiet light in their eyes. They no longer fear loss because they understand there is nothing to lose. Every time we dissolve in deep sleep, in a silent pause, or in the final death, it is simply another journey home. To be forgotten is to return to the ocean from which you arose. To be forgotten is not an ending. It is a return to the source of all souls. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel your heartbeat slow, your breath merging with the air around you. Every cell in your body was once stardust, once ocean water, once light in the great expanse. You are not alone. You are part of something far greater than the mind can comprehend. Sometimes peace does not come from seeking more, but from daring to let go. When the river stops resisting, it finds the sea. When a person stops clinging to the self, they find the universe within. And tonight, amid the wind and the stillness, perhaps you're standing at the threshold between river and sea, between the self and the whole. You don't need to hurry. You don't need to understand. Just breathe. Let yourself drift gently, slowly, quietly, like water returning to its source. Because in the moment you surrender to the flow, you will see. You were never apart from it. You were never lost. You have only been coming home. In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. And within the seeming chaos of life itself, there is a serene order guiding you, not forward, not backward, but inward, into the ocean at the center of your being. Let tonight be the night you no longer resist anything. No need to hold on, no need to strive. Imagine yourself as water, soft, silent, dissolving into the breath of the sea. Because sometimes peace is not in existing, but in becoming one. And when you know how to merge, you have already found your way home, in the vastness of the ocean, where wind and waves know no borders. The river has ceased to be itself. It has no name, no form, no distinction between this is me and that is the sea. And yet, in its dissolution, it is not lost. It returns. Carl Jung once wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. There is a hidden harmony even in the very moment we seem to disappear. Merging is not a loss. It is the journey inward, toward the essence of what we are, where every boundary is but an illusion built from the fear of isolation. Like the river, human beings live within their own banks, identity, roles, relationships, memories, the things we call me. At first, these roles help us find our shape in the world, but over time, they become the very walls that confine us. We fear letting them go, believing that without them, we will be empty. But Jung once said, "The self is not something one finds, it is something one creates." The self is not discovered, it is continuously created, meaning it was never fixed, and thus can never truly be lost. Look closely at your own life. How many times have you clung to a title? The dutiful child, the successful person, the one who once loved someone until you forgot who you were beyond those labels. Relationships, status, memories, all are mirrors. But no mirror can ever capture the true face of the soul. Like a drop of water fearing that it will disappear when it meets the sea. Only when it dissolves does it realize it has been the sea all along. Maybe returning is not losing, it's remembering where you came from. Perhaps returning is not about losing, but about remembering where you have always belonged. Deep within, the human soul longs for that feeling of belonging, the sense of being whole and undivided. Every loneliness, every heartbreak, every wound of separation stems from the illusion that we are cut off from others, from the world, from our own source. But as Jung wrote, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there's any reaction, both are transformed. Each true connection changes us both. A meeting does not destroy the self, it expands it. Perhaps you have known a relationship that made you dissolve, not from pain, but from connection so deep that you forgot where you ended and the other began. You felt, you empathized, you understood, until all boundaries vanished. That is the most sacred kind of merging, what Jung called the union of opposites. It is not losing yourself, but widening yourself enough to embrace another aspect of existence. And yet, modern humans live in isolation disguised as connection. We post on social media to be seen, talk endlessly to fill the silence, build the best version of ourselves to avoid facing the emptiness within. But only in stillness do boundaries begin to melt. At night, when the noise fades, when there are no roles left to play, the soul finally exhales. Imagine yourself sitting by the ocean. No name, no role, no story to tell. Only you, your breath, and the sound of the waves. In that moment, you do not need to be someone. You simply are in perfect harmony with the space around you. This is what Jung called the self, not the small ego, but the sacred center where consciousness and the unconscious meet. Here, you are no longer a person living in the world. You are life itself, alive through your form. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "To confront a person with his shadow is to show him his own light. To face your shadow is to reveal your light. When you let go of your roles, your titles, your past, you also release the shadow they create, the fear of not being enough, not being seen, not being loved. And only then can your true light emerge. A drop of water does not fear dissolving, because it knows it was never apart from the sea. So too with us. When you let go of your story of I, you do not vanish. You become the whole. You remain, but no longer confined by the narrow walls of who you think you are. Breathe slowly. Inhale, you are part of the world. Exhale, the world is part of you. And slowly, the boundaries blur. Everything begins to merge, your heartbeat with the rhythm of the waves, your breath with the air, your thoughts dissolving into space. You do not need to overcome life. You need only to merge with it. Carl Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration. Wholeness is not found by rejection, but by union. When we allow ourselves to dissolve into the whole, we do not lose ourselves. We rediscover the part of our soul that has long been forgotten, the quiet, gentle, oceanic part. In this merging, we are freed from the weight of who we must be, what we must achieve, or what we must become. Life returns to its truest nature, a current, effortless and unforced. Let tonight, amid breath and silence, be the moment you feel yourself dissolving, not into nothingness, but into everything. Not forgotten, but embraced. Maybe returning is not losing, it's remembering where you came from. Perhaps returning is not an ending, but the beginning of a gentler, deeper, freer way of being. There are no boundaries left to hold you, no shores, no walls, no name to stand between you and the world. Everything has dissolved into a stillness, transparent, soft, invisible, as if the soul were gliding freely through the universe, unburdened by the gravity of fear or memory. In that vast quiet, you are no longer someone who must be recognized. You are simply being, breathing, present, part of an eternal rhythm. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But to become, one must first dare to let go of all the layers once mistaken for the self." In the chapters before, you have shed your roles, your titles, even the boundaries between yourself and the world. Now, there is no longer a need to search, for there is nowhere left to go, nothing left to prove. Because in the moment you stop searching, you have already come home. This home has no walls, no doors, no address. It exists nowhere and everywhere. It is the home of the soul, the place of origin, where there is no judgment, no separation between human and cosmos. Here, you are no longer becoming, you simply are. Imagine yourself standing in endless space, surrounded by a sky made of light. No sound, no form, only perfect silence. There, you no longer ask, "Who am I?" because the question has dissolved into its own answer. There is no I and world anymore, only we, one breath moving through everything, in memories, dreams, reflections. Jung wrote, "The psyche is not of today. It was ever and ever will be. The soul doesn't belong to time. It wasn't born today, nor will it vanish tomorrow. It has always been, in every breath, every dream, every tear, every flicker of awareness. It is the original home, one you don't need a key to return to, only the courage to release what no longer belongs." We often mistake coming home for returning to a place. But the true home isn't found in the physical world. It's a feeling. The feeling of being wholly yourself, without masks, without performance, without proof. Each time you find peace in silence, you are already stepping through the invisible doorway of that home. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. Feel the air brushing your skin, the warmth spreading softly through your chest. That is not just breathing. It is a conversation between you and the universe. With every inhale, you are being embraced. With every exhale, reminded that you have never been lost. Jung wrote, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration. Wholeness comes not from rejecting parts of yourself, but by uniting them. To return home, you need not abandon anything, not even the parts you once wished to forget. The true home of the soul does not exile the dark. It opens its arms to both light and shadow, allowing them to breathe together, to merge, to become one. As we grow older, we build walls, walls of honor, of identity, of the fears we call responsibility. We think they protect us, but in truth, they only obscure the view. One day, when those walls begin to crack and the light seeps in, you will understand. Freedom is not in building more, but in daring to live in a home without doors. Such a home needs no protection, for it cannot be harmed. It needs no locks, for nothing can trespass. It exists in every heartbeat, in every breath you take. It is the state of a soul that has realized safety was never out there. Peace has always lived within. Perhaps your whole life has been a search for love, success, meaning, recognition, only to arrive one night in the stillness between heartbeats and see everything you were seeking has been seeking you. They were never lost, only waiting for you to open your heart to feel them again. Sleep. You are not lost. You are simply returning home. Sleep now. You are not lost. You are merely coming home, not to a place, but to a state of being, where you no longer need to earn love, to perfect yourself to be accepted, or to be strong just to exist. There is only you, raw, whole, and enough. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." The home without walls is the space of awakening, where you no longer dream of another place, because you have realized you are already inside it. Now, let your awareness slow down, like a lake growing still. Let this voice fade. Let every sound around you blend together. The music, the wind, your breath, until everything becomes one single motion, gentle, silent, and complete. In that space, you are no longer the traveler searching for the path. You are the path, no longer the questioner, but the answer itself. No longer lost, but the very light that guides you home. And as you return to your source, you begin to see the self you held so tightly, was never truly yours. As you return to the source, you would see the self you clung to so hard was never really yours. It was only a garment the soul wore for the journey. Now you can lay it down and smile, because you are home, the home without walls, forever open, forever within your heart, in the silence of a soul that has already come home. A question rises softly. If you are no longer the roles, the memories, or the names the world once gave you, then who are you? The question has no answer in words, only in stillness. A stillness deep enough to reveal that perhaps the I we believe to be real is only a thin wisp of smoke, existing only as long as we keep believing in it. Close your eyes. The person you think you are, where is it now? In the darkness behind your eyelids, can you touch that face? Can you see the name you carry? Or is it only a stream of thoughts drifting, flickering with memories and emotion? Carl Jung once said, "The self is not something one finds, it is something one creates. The self is not found, it is made. It is the result of thousands of moments, countless roles, and the imprints of memory etched into the mind. But if it is created, does it truly exist? Or is it an illusion consciousness builds to keep from feeling empty? Think of the moon. It glows brightly across the night sky, yet its light is not its own. It only reflects the light of the sun. So too does the human ego. It doesn't shine with its own energy, but reflects the light of the past, of memories, of what others have said we are. And when the past fades, when memory dims, that light disappears. But the sky remains vast, quiet, nameless. Perhaps the deepest part of us is not the I, but the space behind the word I. That place does not speak or think. It only watches. It feels neither joy nor sorrow, victory nor loss. It simply is, like the sky that welcomes every passing cloud. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." The I we see each day, the self of images, stories, and resumes, is the dream. It helps us move through the world, but it is not our true nature. To awaken is to turn inward, to see the dreamer, and to realize that even the dreamer is part of a greater dream called life. We often confuse I with what I think, but thoughts are not being. They are the ripples of consciousness. You are not your thoughts, not your past, not your name. You are the one who is watching them all. Imagine sitting beside a river, watching leaves float by. Each leaf is a thought, a memory, an emotion. Sometimes you reach out, clinging to one, but the current always carries it away. And then you see, you are neither the leaf nor the water. You are the witness. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But to become oneself, one must first see that most of the time, we do not live as ourselves. We live as the story we've been telling. A story written from beliefs, fears, compliments, wounds, and borrowed dreams. There are days when your I feels strong, unshakable. Other days, that same I feels fragile, uncertain, lost. So which one is the real you? The answer, both and neither. Because the true self is not a shape or a version, but the energy moving between them. Jung saw the ego as a bridge, not a destination. It helps us experience the world, but must never become our cage. In Psychological Types, he wrote, "Every form of addiction is bad, no matter whether the narcotic be alcohol, morphine, or idealism. Every obsession is a chain, even the addiction to our own self-image. For when we cling too tightly to who we think we are, we stop the soul from changing, from expanding into the whole. And maybe, in this quiet night, you can feel everything you once called I beginning to fade. Your name, your past, your identity, your memories falling away like dust brushed from the skin. Do not be afraid. Nothing is lost. You are simply witnessing the core that remains, the nameless, silent essence that existed before any memory began. Listen to the voice within, the one that speaks without words. It does not ask, 'Who am I?' It whispers simply, 'I am.' Nothing more. No title, no description, only pure existence." Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." To accept oneself is indeed terrifying. It means standing bare before your being, without any mirror to reflect you, without any borrowed light to hide behind. Yet it is there, in that nakedness, that freedom begins, like the moon ceasing to borrow the sun's light and learning to glow from within. You no longer need the borrowed radiance of memory, of praise, of the past. You are already luminous. Let tonight be the night you stop trying to prove who you are. Breathe deeply, slowly. The I will begin to dissolve, not in loss, but in merging. And in that stillness, you will see you were never someone. You are the space through which all someones come and go. Not the wave, but the ocean. Not the dream, but the one who dreams. This is the place where I dissolves and being begins. In the stillness where the self begins to dissolve, something delicate emerges. We are not a single being, but thousands of versions of ourselves, constantly being born and fading away with every breath. The I of this morning is not the same as the I of last night, and the one reading these words will no longer be the same by the time the final line ends. Each moment is a single frame of consciousness, and life, a film made of millions of such frames. Carl Jung once said, "The self is not something one finds, it is something one creates." Every second, we redraw our face through emotion, through choice, through what we let go and what we hold on to. Yet in this act of creation, we carry a strange obsession, the need to be consistent, to remain the same, to be someone forever. We fear change, believing that to change is to betray ourselves. But the truth is, there's no fixed self to betray, only a current that must keep shifting to stay alive. Identity is the movement, not memory. Identity is not what you remember, it is what you are becoming. A person is not defined by who they once were, but by their capacity to continue evolving. Jung called this process individuation, the soul's journey to reconcile the conscious with the unconscious, the old with the new, the fearful with the awakening, not to become perfect, but to become truer. Imagine a room full of mirrors. Each one reflects a different angle of you. Morning light shows you gentle. Evening light shows you tired. Night shadows reveal you as quiet and deep. No reflection is wrong, and none are complete. They are all temporary glimpses of a being in constant motion. Jung wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. We cannot awaken without pain. because every change requires a shedding of the old, like a snake leaving behind its skin along the path it travels. But if the snake refuses to shed, it will suffocate. Likewise, if we refuse to change, the soul will shrink within its own past. You can see this truth in everyday life. The people you once loved, hated, admired, all belong to versions of you that no longer exist. We often look back on our former selves with regret or shame, forgetting that they were the foundation on which this present you stands. No self was ever wrong, only unfinished. Perhaps you have stood at a crossroads, where the person you were and the one you are becoming pull you in opposite directions. One wants to move forward, the other to return. That is the space between selves, the uncomfortable, sacred gap where transformation takes place. In that space, there's no identity, no certainty, only becoming, like a seed cracking open to let the sprout emerge. You must break to be born again. Jung once wrote in The Undiscovered Self, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own soul. We fear the space, the silence, the moments when we don't know who we are. But it is in that not knowing that the soul begins to speak. Imagine someone standing on the shore, watching the waves erase their footprints. In that instant, they no longer know who they are, a wanderer, a dreamer, or simply a breath merging with the wind. But instead of fearing it, they smile, because they understand they don't need to know. They just need to be, and let each wave draw a new shape. It's okay to change. You are meant to. It's okay to let go, to shift, to begin again, because that is what you were made to do. In change, you may lose people, places, and feelings once familiar. But that is not loss. It is expansion. The old doesn't vanish. It becomes the soil that nourishes what is new. Tonight, let go of the idea that you must remain the same. Let each breath be a new version of you. Inhale, you receive. Exhale, you release. And with every breath, the old softens, making space for the next becoming. In Psychology and Religion, Jung wrote, "Only the paradox comes anywhere near to comprehending the fullness of life. Only paradox can hold life's fullness. You are both who you were and who you are not anymore. You are changing, and yet you are still you. Both truths coexist, because paradox is the pulse of existence. Let your mind grow still, like a calm lake. Don't try to hold the water, just let it flow. In every ripple, you are reborn. In every breath, you are becoming gentler, freer, closer to your essence. By now, you may see there is no fixed I, only the endless motion of life wearing your shape for a while. Every change is not a betrayal of yourself. It is your soul saying thank you for still daring to grow, for still daring to become. So relax, hold on to nothing. Each you is just a moment, and every moment is sacred. Tonight, you don't need to find your true self. You need only accept that you are always being reborn. Because, as Jung once wrote, life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. Life truly begins when you understand. You can begin again, at any time. There comes a moment in the inner journey when every version of the self begins to crack, as though the mirror of consciousness can no longer hold the weight of all that you have ever been. You look into it and see thousands of fractured reflections. The one who smiled, the one who wept, the one who loved, the one who feared. They are all you, and yet none of them are truly you. Because the mirror never reflected truth, it only reflected light. And you are the light itself. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "The soul becomes bright when it no longer reflects, but radiates. The soul becomes luminous when it stops reflecting and begins to shine." All our lives, we've been taught to look into mirrors, to find who we are, to confirm our worth, to see ourselves through the gaze of others. But that mirror was never real. It is a collage built from memory, from what others said about us, from images society impressed upon our minds. The longer we stare, the further we drift from the true light within. In the previous chapter, you felt the space between selves. Now, we take one more step beyond the mirror that has held the soul captive. This is not destruction. It is awakening. Imagine someone standing in a room filled with mirrors. Everywhere he turns, he sees himself endlessly repeating, distorted, overlapping. One day, he picks up a stone and throws it. The mirror shatters. At first, he feels fear, for he can no longer find the familiar face. But then, among the fragments, he notices something extraordinary. The light is no longer trapped in reflections. It floods the room, gleaming on every shard. He hasn't lost his image. He has become the light itself. Maybe you were never a person, but an experience the universe is having. Maybe you were never a fixed being, but an experience the universe is living. A current of energy capable of feeling, of loving, of shifting forms to understand itself. What you call I is only a temporary prism through which light passes. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. We do not awaken by dreaming of brightness, but by bringing awareness to the dark. To break the mirror is not to reject what once was, but to see that both light and shadow come from the same source. The darkness in the glass never threatened the light. It was the background that allowed it to appear. We so often stare into mirrors, searching for a perfect version of ourselves. Strong enough, good enough, worthy enough. But that longing blinds us to our truth. We were not born to be perfect, but to experience completely, to hold the broken pieces, the shadows, the mistakes, the tenderness. Jung called this the integration of the shadow, the union of light and darkness, where the soul is no longer divided. Think of the times you've looked into a mirror, in the tired light of morning, the loneliness of night, or those moments when you stared deep into your own eyes and didn't recognize who you saw. In those moments, your image was trembling, and your soul was inviting you to look beyond the surface, into what cannot be reflected. Rest now. Let the self dissolve. You are safe in the space between everything. Rest. Let the self melt like ice into water. You are safe in the quiet space between all things, where there is no name, no form, only presence. Jung wrote, "The ego cannot adapt to the boundless. The ego cannot survive infinity, for it was made to define, to divide, to name. But the soul belongs to the infinite. It does not fear dissolution, because dissolving is its way home. Close your eyes. Do not search for your image in the mind. Let the mirror break. Let each shard of memory, each role, each label fall away. The you the world once knew, the one who tried, who failed, who longed, is now only glass glittering under light. Nothing is lost. Everything has simply returned to its true form. Light. In memories, dreams, reflections. Jung wrote, "In each of us there is another whom we do not know. Within every person lives another, unseen, unknown. Perhaps it is that part of you stirring now, the part that no longer looks, but is. There is nothing more frightening than not knowing who you are, and nothing more liberating, because when you are no longer someone, you become everything. The light within you does not need a mirror to exist. It continues to spread, to touch, to illuminate, a quiet radiance belonging to the sky itself. Trust this. You do not need reflection to be seen." Jung wrote in The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. The individual is not only a single, separate being, but also the whole living system. Each person is not merely a self-contained entity, but the entire living system breathing with the universe. Now, let this voice fade, like a breeze moving softly through the night. No more I, no more you, only presence expanding, a gentle current of light dissolving into space. All mirrors shatter, all images fade, but the light remains tender, complete, and free. And when the self fades, the past loosens, because history only exists in those who remember it. When the self dissolves, the past releases its grip, for history exists only in those who still remember. Now, there is nothing you need to remember. Rest. Let the light guide you toward the stillness, where there are no reflections left, only truth. There is a strange kind of stillness that follows the dissolving of the self, as if within that emptiness, the echoes of the past finally become audible. Unhealed memories, silent figures still lingering in the corners of the mind. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." At the deepest level of the soul, the past never truly disappears. It only sleeps, waiting to be seen. Every civilization carries ghosts, but ghosts fade when they are seen. Every civilization bears its ghosts, but those ghosts vanish the moment they are acknowledged. And so do we. Each of us carries the phantoms of memory, the wounds, regrets, and unsaid words that haunt us like dust clinging to an old wall. They weigh on the spirit, cloud our direction, yet the instant we dare to look at them, the light of awareness dispels the darkness of obsession. Imagine an ancient city buried beneath the sand. Centuries pass. Its streets, its temples, its stone statues all sink into silence. No one remembers its name. Yet the wind still brushes its ruins, whispering fragments of memory. Human beings are like that city. We carry the ruins of old civilizations within us. Dreams unfinished, promises forgotten, love left behind. We try to cover them with the sand of maturity, but nothing is ever truly gone. It only sleeps, waiting to be awakened by courage. Jung once wrote in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. We fear facing the past because we believe it will burn us again. But only by looking straight at it does the fire cease to consume and begin to warm. The past doesn't exist to punish us. It exists to teach us how to understand, to forgive, and to release. People often wear their memories like armor. Every scratch tells a story. Every patch of rust is a remembrance. We fear taking it off, believing that without it, we'll be too exposed. But over time, that armor grows heavy enough to keep us from walking forward. As Jung wrote, "We are not what happened to us. We are what we choose to become." Look back, and perhaps you'll notice you've been carrying stories that no longer serve you. A love that never closed, a mistake that still echoes, a chance you never took. Each time you revisit them, they pull you back to a place where time has stopped. But life doesn't stop. It moves, reshapes, and invites you to move with it. You cannot walk lightly while dragging yesterday behind you. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "You must let the old go so that the new may come." No one can walk toward the light while still bowing to the stones of the past. The paradox is this: only when we accept that it happened can we be free of it. The past doesn't need to be erased, only acknowledged as part of the whole. Imagine walking along a shoreline. Each wave erases the footprints left before it, then pulls away. No matter how deep you press, the sea will still wash it clean. Time is that sea, impartial, patient, infinite. It keeps no favorites, and it forgets no one. Everything is washed, everything returns to the flow. Deep within, you may still carry the image of who you once were. Someone stronger or more fragile. Someone who dreamed, who feared, who trusted, who broke. But if you listen closely, you'll realize that person is still here, simply wearing a new shape. All your past selves are sleeping within this breath, woven into every heartbeat, every pulse of blood. Jung believed that each human being is a river of time, carrying the past, the present, and the future at once. He wrote, "The psyche is timeless. It knows nothing of past and future. The soul doesn't live in chronology. It only experiences. The past ceases to exist the moment you stop reliving it. So tonight, if you feel the weight of memory pressing upon you, close your eyes and breathe. Imagine each fragment of the past slipping from your shoulders like small stones falling into the quiet sea. You do not need to forget, and you do not need to remember. You only need to let go. In the soft light of awareness, the ghosts of memory begin to fade, not because they are defeated, but because they are seen. You no longer have to fight them, because you understand. They were never your enemies, only the lost parts of you, finding their way home. Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Let that truth cradle you into the night, not as advice, but as a gentle remembering. You are not bound by what has been. You are the one walking out of the ancient city of your mind, brushing off the dust of memory, and stepping forward, lighter, brighter, free. Because the weight of the past only exists until you realize it was never a burden, only stepping stones leading you back to yourself. Breathe in, the dust settles. Breathe out, the ghosts fade. You are no longer defined by what happened. You are defined by your capacity to be reborn. With every breath you take anew, the ghosts of memory do not vanish simply because we've seen them. They only change their form. At times, they soften like faint mist on a morning mirror, no longer threatening, only reminding, but for light to pass through. The mirror must be cleared. So it is with us. Only when we learn to forget can we truly see ourselves. Carl Jung once wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. There is no awakening without pain." Yet Jung also implied that pain is not meant to be kept. It is meant to awaken. People remain trapped in memory, not because they can't let go, but because they believe that forgetting would erase meaning. They fear that if they let go of grief, regret, or love long gone, they would also lose proof that they once lived deeply. But it is the clinging, not the forgetting, that keeps us from life as it unfolds now. Imagine someone holding a shard of glass in their hand. Once, it caught the light, a small treasure, radiant and precious. But if they grip it too tightly now, blood will spill between their fingers. We often do the same with our memories, holding them until they wound us with the very past we swore to preserve. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." That line is not a rejection of memory, but a redefinition. Memory is a seed, not a chain. It fulfills its purpose only when planted, when it disappears beneath the soil to let something new grow. Think of a still lake. Each memory is a pebble falling into it. The more pebbles you throw, the more ripples form, and the harder it becomes to reflect the sky. The art of forgetting is the art of letting the lake settle again, not by fishing each stone out, but by ceasing to throw more in. Sometimes, healing does not mean erasing memory, but taking away its power to rule you. Let it fade. You are not your history. Let it fade. You are not the sum of your history. There are things that once mattered so much, you thought life would be empty without them. But time has proven that emptiness is not absence, it is space. Forgetting does not erase meaning. It makes room for new life to enter. In the modern world, we are obsessed with remembering. We record, archive, replay, repeat. We stuff the present full of the past until it grows weary. To forget, then, becomes an act of courage, not apathy, but self-compassion. Jung once emphasized in The Undiscovered Self, the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents. The greatest weight a soul carries is the unlived life, not only of parents, but of its own unfulfilled versions, its abandoned dreams, its unfinished stories. The art of forgetting is to release what can no longer continue, so that what can still live may blossom. Picture yourself before a fogged mirror. The surface is blurred, clouded by breath and time. You lift your hand and wipe it gently. Slowly, your reflection appears, not as someone trapped by the past, but as a soul meeting itself in the present. Forgetting is not erasing, it is clearing. Each touch of awareness wipes the soul clean again. In Jung's world, forgetting is part of healing. The mind cannot hold infinite sorrow. It must empty itself. Like a garden pruned for spring, the shadow must be accepted, not carried forever. Jung. The darkness within us is meant to be acknowledged, not dragged endlessly along. Perhaps you've lived through loops of memory, replaying the same story, repeating the same ache, as if time itself refused to move on. But you have changed. The one who remembers and the one who was remembered are no longer the same. To forget is not betrayal. It is recognition that the story has completed its circle. Listen to your breath. Inhale, receive, exhale, release. Even your body already knows the art of forgetting. No one keeps an old breath, for holding on is death. The mind must learn what the lungs already know, to let each thought come, go, and dissolve into silence. Jung once wrote, "We meet ourselves time and again in 1,000 disguises on the path of life. On this path, we meet ourselves over and over in countless forms. Every act of forgetting is not loss. It is the soul removing one mask to breathe again. Let everything become light, like vapor on a window pane. No need to erase, only to allow it to fade. For forgetting doesn't make you smaller. It makes you spacious, serene, whole. Tonight, let the excess memories drift away like dusk melting into wind. You need not remember. You need not forget. Simply allow fading to happen as a natural rhythm of life. Breathe in, clarity. Breathe out, the past. You no longer have to carry the burden of time. You are the one learning the art of forgetting. To see yourself, at last, through the clear and quiet eyes of your own soul. There comes a moment of deep stillness in the act of letting go. A moment when memory no longer needs to be erased, but simply dissolves. Like smoke after the fire has burned out. Not because you forced yourself to forget, but because the soul has finally understood it does not need to carry what has already turned to ash. The dust of the past falls softly into the earth, and from that soil, new life begins. Carl Jung once wrote in the Red Book, "The new thing always comes when we have freed ourselves from the old." The new can only arrive when the old has been released. Forgetting is not an ending, it is an opening, like a flame. The human spirit never truly dies. It only changes form, turning into ash, into soil, into seed, into light, becoming something else entirely. Forgetting is the tenderness of the universe. It doesn't force, it does not erase, it transforms. Like the fading warmth of an extinguished candle, its heat still lingers in the air. Nothing is lost. It merely changes frequency. Every memory, whether of pain or beauty, is reborn in silence, becoming nourishment for the soul in ways you cannot yet see. The future begins only when the past is released. This is not a demand to rush, but an invitation, a slow breath, a permission to loosen your hold. You cannot step into morning while gripping the hand of night, but open your fingers, even slightly, and a light will begin to slip through. Jung once said, "Without death, there can be no rebirth." This truth belongs not only to the body, but to the spirit. Every time you release a memory, forgive someone, or stop blaming yourself, something within you is reborn. It is not loss. It is the natural rhythm of existence. Ash feeding earth, earth birthing seeds, seeds blooming into life. Imagine a forest after a fire. At first, there's only black soil and silence. But beneath that stillness, seeds wait. They need the fire to open. They need the ash to nourish. They know that death is not destruction, but the hand of renewal. Your soul is like that forest. Sometimes it must burn in order to return to its most fertile form. Breathe and let the old stories rest. Inhale, accept. Exhale, let the stories sleep. You no longer need to prove anything to your past. It has done its job. It taught you to love, to ache, to exist. Now it only wants to rest, and so do you. In memories, dreams, reflections. Jung wrote, "My life is a story of the self-realization of the unconscious. Life itself is the unfolding of the unconscious becoming aware of itself. Rebirth is not the effort to become someone new, but the quiet acceptance of everything you have ever been. No more resistance, no more preparing, no more running, only stillness, allowing life to breathe through you again." Perhaps now you understand that forgetting is not disappearance, it is returning. When the past lies peacefully at rest, the soul begins to move lightly once more, like a leaf caught in the first light of dawn, freed from the gravity of what cannot be changed. You begin to feel the gentleness of being, a state belonging not to the self, but to everything. Jung wrote, "The soul is partly in time and partly outside of time. And perhaps that is why, when you release, you do not vanish. You simply return to the timeless part of yourself. Rebirth needs no form, no plan. It only asks for a single deep breath and a silence wide enough for life to rearrange itself within you. Feel it now. Each breath is a new life, each heartbeat, a quiet affirmation that you are continuing, not as who you were, but as something brighter, softer, freer. You do not need to carry the stories. They are complete. If you listen closely, you'll hear a subtle music beneath your thoughts, a melody of continuity, where everything that once fell apart has come together again in harmony. No grief, no regret, only gratitude. You have nothing left to prove. You don't need to prove that you've healed, endured, or changed. Your being is proof enough. The simple fact that you still breathe, still feel, still love, that is rebirth. Now, let this voice fade like the last light behind the hills. Let the past sleep. For only when history rests can the spirit move freely again, like a leaf in sunlight. No longer burdened by what was. You are simply the rhythm of life itself, dancing in this moment. Rebirth is not a new beginning. It is a remembering that you were never truly lost. You are simply coming home to the pure essence of your being, where time dissolves and everything that ever was melts into the light of peace. Now, breathe deeply. Let your mind fall like ash to the earth. No effort, no striving, only the quiet miracle of life sprouting once more from within you. Breathe and rest. You have traveled far enough. Now let the soul be still. Dawn always arrives softly, without noise, without announcement. Light doesn't fight the darkness. It simply spreads, slowly, patiently, as if the world itself has finally grown ready to be released from the long night. Human beings are born to learn that same rhythm, the dance of release. Every breath is a teacher. Inhale to receive, exhale to let go. Each heartbeat is a small farewell, a reminder that nothing can be held forever. Every breath you take is a lesson in letting go. Carl Jung once wrote, "What you resist persists. What you resist continues to exist." Within that simple truth lies the secret of peace. The harder we cling, the tighter we are bound. The more we fear loss, the more we lose. Yet when we release, the world does not abandon us. It simply changes the way it stays. Letting go is not defeat. It is life's most natural gesture, like the pulse of a heart, the rise of a wave, the fall of a leaf, Imagine a golden leaf leaving its branch. It doesn't struggle, it doesn't fight the wind. It only yields gracefully, not because its life is over, but because its purpose is complete. It has fed the tree, and now, by falling, it nourishes the soil. Everything belongs to a perfect circle where nothing is lost, only passed on. Jung called this the rhythm of transformation. Life never stops. It only changes shape. To cling is to block the river's natural flow. Just as a river cannot carry the waterfall and the ocean at once, we cannot hold everything we've had and still hope to be free. Maybe letting go is not giving up. It's giving space for life to flow again. Letting go is not surrender. It is an act of trust. We often believe letting go means losing people, memories, direction. But in truth, it is how we return what no longer serves us so that what awaits can find its way in. Notice your breath. Inhale, you meet life. Exhale, you give yourself back to it. In each breath, you learn how to give without losing, how to dissolve without disappearing. As Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and to become, one must release what no longer belongs." Modern life teaches us the opposite, to hold on to expired relationships, empty work, outdated dreams. We fear emptiness, so we fill ourselves with memory and expectation. But the space we avoid is the very ground where renewal begins. A forest only flourishes after ash has fed its soil. The soul, too, grows fertile only when it lets go of dead roots. In memories, dreams, reflections. Jung wrote, "Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you're just doing research." Life begins when we stop collecting and start releasing. Until then, we only practice holding success, love, ambition. But there comes a moment when the soul simply knows. The hands must open for the heart to bloom. Letting go does not erase presence, it transforms it. Those who have left are not gone. They've moved inward, from form to memory, from sound to silence, from words to understanding. Everything you've loved still exists, just in a gentler shape. Let your mind learn from the leaf to fall without fearing the ground, for the ground is where everything begins again. Falling is not an ending, it is the promise of a new season. As Jung said, "The new thing always comes when we have freed ourselves from the old." Letting go is, in truth, a dance, a rhythm between holding and releasing, between knowing and unknowing, between life and death. Your very body moves to this ancient choreography. The heart contracts, then opens, the lungs take in, then release. The eyes awaken, then close. The universe dances with you, day yielding to night, tides rising and falling, seasons circling in silence. Jung once wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order. There is design even in loss, order even in dissolution. The universe does not destroy without purpose. Each time something leaves your hands, something unseen forms to restore the balance. So allow yourself to release without fear. For nothing ever truly breaks. Everything merely returns to its rightful place. Tonight, as you breathe slowly and hear the wind outside, imagine yourself moving in rhythm with the cosmos. No effort, no control, only heartbeat, breath, and the quiet wonder of being alive. Let the old sounds fade. Let the images dissolve. Let the shoulds and musts drift away. You are not giving up. You are opening a path, not losing, moving, not ending, beginning again. Let the dance continue, softly, effortlessly, like leaves descending, like the breath that goes out and returns again. For only those who know how to release can truly belong to the flow of life. Breathe in, receive, breathe out, release. That is the oldest dance of the soul, and the only way to live fully in this eternal moment. Light always finds its way into places we believe it cannot reach. It needs no doors, no windows, only the smallest crack of acceptance. Human beings are the same. Every time we let go, even just a little, the light floods in, softening the weight of all we once carried. Letting go is the dance of life. Lightness, its reward. Life keeps changing. Jobs shift. Love fades and blooms again. Age leaves traces on the skin. Everything flows. Everything moves. Yet instead of flowing with it, we cling, define, resist. Jung once wrote, "What you resist persists. What we fight against stays alive." The more we try to remain the same, the deeper we sink into change. Look at a river. The water never argues with the rock. It simply flows around it, smoothing its edges until even the stone becomes soft. That is the wisdom of acceptance, not resignation, but the understanding that everything is doing its part. Water flows, wind blows, leaves fall, and humans learn how to live with impermanence. Perhaps you've had one of those days. Work collapsing, someone leaving, plans unraveling. In those moments, the mind wants control, to fix, to hold, to reclaim, but control only distances us from what we seek most, peace. Jung said, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." Acceptance isn't stopping. It's the first movement that allows the current to find its way again. Try it now. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. Inhale, exhale. You are already enough. Inhale, welcoming life as it is. Exhale, letting your expectations dissolve into open air. In that rhythm, you realize you don't need to do anything to earn your right to exist. In memories, dreams, reflections, Jung wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown. The great problems of life are not solved. They are outgrown." Which means instead of forcing answers, we learn to live with questions. Like the rain, we cannot fix it, but we can stand beneath it and let it wash away what no longer belongs. The lightness of being doesn't come from carrying less, but from no longer straining to carry. Everyone bears unseen weights, responsibilities, nostalgia, unfinished dreams. Yet if you pause, even for a second, and allow yourself not to be strong, you will hear a faint sound, the sigh of a soul set free. Stop resisting the flow and feel the relief in acceptance. We've long believed happiness comes from success, from achieving. But sometimes, happiness is simply the release of the burden to be happy. The sky never tries to be clear. It just lets the wind move the clouds. Lightness is not the absence of pain, but the end of the war against it. It is the grace of knowing I cannot control the waves, but I can learn to surf. Jung once wrote in The Undiscovered Self, "The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong. The mind swings between meaning and meaninglessness, not right and wrong." Peace begins here, when we stop demanding that life makes sense. For even in chaos, there is a rhythm. In disorder, a secret harmony we can only hear once we've grown still enough. Imagine standing beneath a tree in the late afternoon. The breeze moves softly. Sunlight dances through the leaves, scattering gold across your skin. There's nothing to do, nothing to think. The world continues even when you pause. That is the essence of being. Life doesn't need your control. It only asks for your presence. Jung once said, "The soul becomes infinite when it surrenders." The soul expands when it surrenders, not in weakness, but in trust, believing the river knows its way to the sea, even when you cannot see it. Lightness is the most subtle form of courage, for it asks us to give up the illusion of control. The light-hearted are not those untouched by pain. They are the ones who can smile in the rain, nod at what they cannot change. Let your breath lead you back to this truth. You do not have to conquer life, only dissolve into it. Inhale, receive, exhale, release. Each breath like wind, like waves, like life itself moving through you. You don't need to become anyone else. You don't need to resist change. You only need to be still and present, for in that moment, you are already enough. Inhale, exhale, you are already enough. That is life whispering, and the final lesson of lightness. The night unfolds like a thin veil, draping everything in the soft breath of stillness. There is no more noise from the world, only the rhythm of your heartbeat, the whisper of wind, and the quiet sense that the entire universe is breathing with you. Here, there is no what's next, no what must be kept, only movement, unhurried, unresisted. Peace comes when we stop asking life to stay. Peace arrives the moment you stop pleading for life to remain. The lightness you found is not the end of a journey, but the doorway into a new space, one where you stop straining to exist and begin learning how to simply be. Every effort to hold on, every question about meaning dissolves like smoke in the breeze. Jung once said, "We are not what happened to us, we are what we choose to become." In this moment, you are choosing to become stillness, not from weakness, but because you finally understood that silence is the most powerful form of life. Imagine you are a droplet of water leaving the edge of a waterfall. For a moment, there is fear. Fear of shattering, of ceasing to exist. But then, a realization. You have not disappeared. You've simply returned to the river, to the ocean, to the whole. The I that once felt separate has merged with everything, and in that merging, you are free. Life itself is a song without a chorus, only notes passing by, forming melody through their impermanence. You cannot hold the sound longer, but you can listen more deeply. You cannot make life pause, but you can live fully in the moment it sings. In the Red Book, Jung wrote, "The soul becomes what it beholds. The soul becomes what it contemplates. If you fix your gaze on the storm, you become the wind. If you turn towards stillness, you become peace." And so, in this moment, you need not seek serenity. You need only to look at it, like gazing upon a calm lake and slowly dissolving into your own reflection. It feels like lying upon water. No swimming, no struggle. The current carries you, and you realize the water never asked you to earn its support. The universe is the same. It has never required you to deserve your existence. It only invites you to soften, to stay, to trust that you already belong. Jung once said, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by the intellect, but by the play instinct." Creation is born not of intellect, but of play. Perhaps life, too, is not a puzzle to solve, but a river to listen to. Sometimes, it is only when you stop trying to swim that the water can finally show you you're already moving in the right direction. Letting go is not departure, it is participation. Rest is not an ending, it is the natural rhythm of life. You have run far, through the corridors of memory, through the layers of self, through the turns of history, only to realize there is nowhere else to go. Every path leads back here, this moment, this breath. This piece feels like music, not the kind made by instruments, but the kind that hums within silence. It has no beginning and no end. It simply exists, like your heartbeat, like the ocean's pulse, like the current flowing through every cell of you. In this rhythm, you are no longer the listener. You are the music itself. Sleep now, not as someone seeking meaning, but as the universe resting within itself. Sleep not as a seeker, but as the cosmos at rest. You need no more knowledge, no more achievements, no more answers, because at the deepest level of your being, you already have everything. You only need the stillness to hear it. Your breath slows. Your mind loosens like a string released from tension. Every thought, every memory, every shape of eye melts into the fabric of space. There is no boundary between within and without, only one endless current, moving together, in rhythm, in breath. Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." The meeting of two souls always transforms them both. And tonight, you have met yourself, not the small self that tried to control, but the vast, quiet, compassionate one you have spent a lifetime returning to. Let the meaning of this night seep into every cell. Do not remember it. Do not analyze it. Just as a raindrop does not need to know why it falls, you do not need to know why you are at peace. Peace does not arise from understanding. It arises from surrender. Outside, the world continues its motion. Cities sleep, oceans breathe, stars rearrange themselves. But within you, everything has returned to its rightful orbit, unhurried, unburdened, harmonious. And in this stillness, a new journey begins, not outward, but deeper within. In this stillness, a new journey unfolds, not toward the world, but into the heart of being itself. No map, no destination, only your heartbeat and the quiet trust that you are already on the path. Let this night close like a lullaby from the universe, gentle, forgiving, full of love. You have returned to the flow, to yourself, to the breath of eternity. Now, close your eyes. Do not hold on to this moment. Let it drift. For in the drifting, you will find the only thing that ever remains: absolute peace. Sleep peacefully. The universe is holding you. And now, as the echoes of thought grow faint, the journey slowly comes to rest. You have watched rivers find the sea, mirrors fade into light, and the self dissolve into quiet understanding. Nothing is lost. Everything has simply come home. The mind grows lighter, like leaves drifting on calm water. The heart, once searching, now beats in rhythm with stillness itself. There is no more striving, no more need to hold on. Peace isn't something waiting at the end. It has been here all along, underneath each breath, beneath every wave of thought. Outside, night unfolds like a soft blanket over the world. The air is gentle, the stars patient, even time seems to pause, as if listening to your breath. Every sound becomes a lullaby, the whisper of wind, the distant hush of silence. You are safe now. You are home. Let your thoughts settle like dust returning to earth. Let your body sink deeper into rest. There is nothing more to become, nothing more to fix or understand. Only this quiet moment holding you in its warmth. Breathe and let go. You can rest now. Sleep well.